Namaste. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on our daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we are doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning our daily collective, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. I know we just came out of this full moon in Leo, but I want to talk a little bit about what we've got coming up, okay? Because I just want to walk you guys through the last 3 energetic cycles, so what we've gone through before, where we currently are, and what we've got coming up right now. Because if you tell me that you went through that new moon in Capricorn and just feeling like situations and circumstances were grinding your gears, really kind of breaking you down to your most vulnerable points, one of the things that I like about a full moon in Leo is the understanding that often when we feel our most vulnerable, allows us the context of being able to build into what it is that we feel energetically strong with. It's not an easy journey, right? And a lot of the work that we effectively do right now is potentially leading forth from a point of compassion, allowing the clarity of our intention to effectively help to steer our action. Now, one of the things that we also see that's happening right now is we are moving through an Aquarius season wherein there are a lot of planets that are in the house of Aquarius. That can often create modalities or situations by which you feel like a lot of things happening all at once, like working through the energetic pileup to a certain extent. Now is not a time to rush through things, right? Being able to be intentional and proportional in relationality to how you're effectively navigating is going to help. But one of the things that we often experience, and particularly when we're in an Aquarius season like this one, is working through the navigation point of what it is that we are working to effectively aspire, correct, or make better. Now, one of the things that is advantageous about this time is the fact that today, February 3rd, we effectively have Uranus that is moving out of retrograde. Because one of the difficulties that we've been experiencing right now, particularly and especially with that combination force of Jupiter that's been retrograding in Cancer, in combination with Uranus retrograding in Taurus, is working through the energetic frustration as it relates to our own feelings of progress. But here's the thing about it. When we get too frustrated with ourselves, it becomes our own energetic hurdle, right? It's that modality by which we turn the mirror of the self too hard upon the self that often can create its own limitation point. So being able to full moon at this time, because all that happens when we're working through leonine qualities is understanding that the compassion that we often are able to express to the world around us begins first within the mansion of the self, right? We can only appropriately give compassion when we're finding compassion for our own self. So if you're doing that work right now, Or if you're feeling somewhat ungrounded, I want to really reinforce and make sure that you're practicing grounding practices, being able to appreciate how far you've energetically come, right? Don't get frustrated or overwhelmed on what needs to be done. See how far you've come to effectively firm up how you're feeling in relationality to being able to recognize the path of becoming energetically stronger. Now, the other thing that we want to be conscientious about, and we're going to start talking about this sooner rather than later, is we've got another very, very intense new moon cycle that is energetically approaching. That this particular new moon cycle is potentially going to feel very similar to a full moon cycle, similar to what we experienced with that Capricorn new moon energy. Now, one of the things that we recognize with that Capricorn new moon energy is we had kind of double Capricorn energy happening. We had a Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season, which can often feel like situations that feel akin to eclipses. But here's the thing about it. This next new moon cycle is actually going to be the start of eclipse season. And not only is it going to be the start of eclipse season, but it's a Pisces new moon. At the same time that Neptune is beginning its transit back into Aries. So what we effectively have that's happening right now is we've got a Pisces new moon, okay, working into the space of the emotions that is happening at the time of Pisces transiting out of Neptune, transiting out of Pisces into Aries. And so this can often articulate the feeling of abandonment wounds being triggered, right? Working through a lot of those past experiences by which we effectively are working to heal from. This is also going to potentially be somewhat intense for those who carry a lot of Piscean placements. So I'm going to say this again. If you are someone who carries a lot of Piscean placements, make sure that you're practicing a lot of grounding practices right now, because that ability of being able to effectively move through things with a sense of, again, a sense of proportionality. One of the lessons that we see that's been occurring is understanding what it means to be fortified in the emotions. And what is the lesson that we've effectively been talking about in relationality to fortified emotions? It's not the space by which every emotion we feel is worthy, but the work we do to fortify our emotions is being able to recognize the directions, the clear directions that are attached to the emotions that we feel that help us recognize if the work is something that we need to do outside of the self, or if it's something that we need to begin to do within the self. Now, this is having a different impact depending on whether you connect to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For masculine energy, we see that this is a time or a period of time where there may be a lot of contemplation in recognition of being able to, I keep on seeing reinterpreting the pathwork of masculinity and understanding that that is an internal exercise, right? The modality by which we are able to find our energetic center, right? There's a lot of this masculine energy that is recognizing that the masculinity that they carry is not necessarily one that we have to strive for, but rather one that we energetically embody. And that ability of feeling that sense of confidence or security within ourselves allows us to effectively be the force of serenity, not only in our own lives, but in the lives of those around us. And serenity is the beautiful harmony of strength, quiet strength that does not necessarily need to feel the sense of having to prove oneself, because true strength does not need to be proved. It is something that we embody and we energetically earn as we learn. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. For a lot of the feminine energy right now, this could be a modality that is very, very different from what we're seeing in a lot of that masculine vibration. Again, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what you feel most aligned to. While we see that this is a lot of the masculine that is potentially working on going inwards, we see that for a lot of the feminine, this is the energy of the feminine finding the confidence to move outwards, right? A continuation of that Uranus coming out of retrograde. The ability to effectively articulate and recognize that the emotions that we feel are not meant to energetically fix things, right? That the only way that emotions can fix things is if they're in harmony together. So when we harmonize our emotions, they have the capacity of fixing things. But the way that we first identify if the emotions are harmonized is by effectively articulating them with clear directions, doing the work to energetically refine the emotions that then allow them to be a point of discernment, because the modality by which we express our emotions with the directions attached to them allow us the clarity of being able to recognize and identify those who hold them as dearly as we ourselves do. And that modality of experience of being able to effectively articulate and express the feelings allow us to effectively fortify in relationality to finding those energetic safe space around us. So we see that for a lot of the masculine right now, a lot of inward journeying, a lot of the feminine right now, a lot of outward journeying. For non-binary energy, we recognize that this is a time of potentially a lot of work towards balance and contemplation. For one of the things that we see that may be happening for a lot of non-binary energy is feeling the force of feeling pulled in many different directions, right? And that modality and experience of potentially recognizing and identifying, often being in the space of being able to understand what needs to be brought to a situation, can sometimes feel very difficult, because we often see that this energy, right? They're going through the mutuality points of both of those lessons at the same time, right? The internal understanding of not necessarily stepping forward because one desires or aspires to, but because one must. And then often in the space by which one has to be the person to be able to allow for the context of change to come to situations, others who do not see the self ease like with clarity, who often try to project their own insecurity onto the self. This is often the energy that effectively worked through the energetic strength that is required to be able to move things into positive directions. It's almost the modality by which they recognize that they do something in a compassionate way, and recognizing that often when we're doing something compassionately, there are those who will effectively project onto that compassion in the space of allowing a clear mirror in terms of how they see themselves, in the vibration of how that is energetically reciprocated. So we see that for a lot of that energy, that modality of understanding that paradox, that often the force by which another projects onto the self effectively articulates upon more about the person that is stating it rather than the person that is energetically receiving it. We see that a lot of that energy is working upon holding their energetic strength as they continue to build the relationships that recognize and appreciate the work that one does in terms of being able to take upon that selfless vibration. Now, all of this is to say, and I'm just going to articulate this new moon coming up, there's going to be a lot of emotions. There's a lot of things that we're effectively seeing that's happening right now. And again, one of the things that I've also recognized is this is not the first time that Neptune and Saturn have moved out of Pisces into Aries. And every time we do so, it feels like it almost triggers a pseudo Saturn return. So make sure, if you're not feeling well right now, that you're doing what is energetically necessary to effectively ground. Make sure that you are allowing the compassion of the self to fortify one's own emotions as one articulates upon a sense of direction, okay? Much like everything, and most importantly, don't over internalize external situations. Allow compassion to guide the self and allow that to effectively steer one's own sense of compassion. Remember, right? The space by which you care about the self is first and foremost the most important aspect. The caring of the self is not a selfish act. It is a gift that we give ourselves that allow us to effectively be able to express that to everyone that we are in alignment to. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I'd like to invite you to join me as we head to the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered, to learn more about tarot and also to understand the culture by which the tarot was able to grow and thrive. We will be traveling to Italy August 8th through 13th, and everyone who participates in that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one classwork with me, but you'll also have the opportunity of receiving a free complimentary mentorship class on top of the retreat itself, where I'll be able to meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize that trip to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals. If you'd like to learn more about that trip, you can head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio, or head over to my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Sword Suite court cards. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid monthly subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you guys an update on everything we've experienced prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity to receive a complimentary mentorship class with me. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also would like to invite you as well to head over there for my Mystic Meditation articles. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon that we just experienced. Also, I wanted to let you know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. As I mentioned, these are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know and drop in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you want to get on the list right now, the list is open. First person on the list each day will also always have an additional card in their reading. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Lifestyle, thank you so much for the follow. Good to see you today. And Minnie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. How are you doing, W2? And thank you as well, Nikki, for those heart me's. Please remember, anybody who is interested in having an animal spirit guide card received on top of your 1 card, you can go ahead and make sure that you are recharging your heart me's. Good to see you as well, Dada. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. And welcome, Alexandra. Good to see you as well. Thank you. Good to see you as well, Wild. How are you doing today? Respect and self-love, tap to claim. Work was on fire yesterday. Glad to hear it, Alexandra. A solid 5. We'll take a 5. We'll see how we can get that up today. Not literally, but it was chaos. Feeling roughly today. It's okay, Julia. Again, we're going to continue working through it, and I don't like it. Tash, thank you so much for the follow, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful start to the day. I think that what's happening right now is, the moon right now has moved into Virgo, and we're going to talk about it's gonna be fine, because here's the thing about it, and we're gonna work through the modality of like building into, right? And I want to describe this. Often when we have a lot of Virgo energy, it can start feeling like we get very exacting on the self. So we're going to continue to like go through these experiences or talk about some of this energy that we're currently experiencing. Why is everyone? Well, and this is what I want to talk about, Nikki. Like, we're in the pre-eclipse energy, right? And that's why I'm trying to articulate that making sure that one is able to ground through this is going to be important. I know. I'm sending you support on that journey as well, Julia. We're definitely going to try to get that up for you today as well. I know the January to February transition is a lot, but here's the thing. We're going to get through it with the same sense of patience and perseverance that we've been bringing towards everything. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started, and I'm sure that like a lot of the read that we have today is going to help articulate that. Are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. It's a great time to get on the list. The first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, just let me know the date that you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back. Ooh, interesting, Nikki. As I mentioned, but before we do begin, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. We are going to be doing a harmonic energy update. We are going to get started right now with the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today. First 2 cards we are starting our read off today are with, we have here the 7 of Swords in its upright with the 6 of Pentacles in its upright. We're going to talk a little bit about this right now, okay? There are a few things that are happening throughout this energetic cycle that we want to work through, okay? There are a lot of planets that are currently in Aquarius, okay? That modality or experience can potentially sometimes create the feeling of overwhelm, right? A lot of things happening at once. We also have what's happening right now, Uranus, that is coming out of retrograde and moving, and that is a lot of the space, and I wanted to describe this, right? A lot of the energetic feeling of rut that we've been going through right now has been the combination force of Jupiter retrograding in Cancer with the combination of Uranus retrograding in Taurus, right? And what were those 2 planets in retrograde often creating the feeling of, right? The modality of feeling frustrated with the self in relationality to the ability to effectively transform or change. So what do we effectively see that happens through that, right? When we work through the understanding that we are exactly where we need to be, right? we work and we continue to effectively facilitate upon what it is that can make something more energetically ideal. And this is often, right, this is often what we experience when we work through, and I want to kind of add to this right now, right, the modality by which we work through a lot of the Virgo energy. And I love this about Virgos because Virgo energy is often the articulation or amplification of working into the context of understanding that perfect, right? Perfect is a verb, right? It's perfect, right? It's the ability that we bring to situations that allow something to get energetically better. But that modality or that experience by which we continually work to energetically perfect something is the modality by which, and this is what's beautiful about it, right? Perfect instead of perfect. Because when you're waiting for perfect, you're never perfecting, right? When you're looking for perfect, you're never in the modality of perfecting. So the modality of understanding that the way that we heal perfect, right? The wound of perfection is by perfecting, right? The ability to effectively track our own progress, to be able to see how far we've energetically come. This is often the modality by which we allow ourselves to feel something with more of an amplification as it relates to being able to ascertain or recognize what it is that we're working to do in a better fashion. Now, this is having a different impact depending on whether you connect to, depending on where you are on the frequency cycles. And we're going to start first with a conversation in navigating the energy that is in solitude right now, or working towards solitude into union. And these are effectively relationships that are building into the world card of the tarot. That was effectively, this new energetic cycle started at the time of the Capricorn new moon that we just experienced up until the present, right? This is a continuation of the understanding and learning that when we're working to energetically perfect, we work to effectively embody, right? And this is a continuing of the conversation about finding our bliss outside of partnership, right? The modality of being able to follow our bliss is not the space by which we feel that there's a relationship that will create it for us, right? The truth is, with manifestation goals, is there's no manifestation goal that will change the way you feel, right? In the modality by which we often, and the recognition, right? The understanding, when we recognize and understand that, then we work unto building into manifestation goals by which every step towards them feels like a step into bliss, right? The modality of understanding that modality or ability of building or operating into a state of harmony as we work towards our energetic goals, right? We allow ourselves to change the nature in relationality to how we see manifestations, but also how we see relationships, because it's the modality by which, and this is often what happens in the calibration of a falsehood, right? The modality by which one does not feel good about the self, right? Or one does not feel energetically in harmony with the self. And then you see a relationship and say, oh, if I had one of those, I'd be great. No, you wouldn't. Because it's a modality by which we understand that we bring, right? It's joy as you go, right? You bring the joy with you into the manifestation goal. So the ability to effectively recognize, and I feel like this is what's beautiful for a lot of these energies that are working in solitude right now, right? The ability of finding their energetic joy, recognizing that that is not separate journey from finding the ideal relationship. It's part and parcel in the same energy, right? Because when we find ourselves, what happens when we build into our state of harmony? Our counterpart finds us in a state of bliss. So that modality of understanding, right? The healthy centering in the self, right? Not looking towards things as a gimme, but being able to effectively identify what it is that we give, right? This allows us the modality of understanding that the best thing that we can do to find partnership is to take care of ourselves. Now, here's the rough truth about it, and we're going to get to the center card of our spread, right? That also works as energetic shield, right? because the same things that you can bring into a harmonious, happy relationship will be articulated as a negative in an unhealthy one, right? The modality by which, right? The modality by which one could be in a space by which one is making energetically stabilized choices, right? An unhealthy relationship will see that as energetically selfish. The modality by which one is trying to communicate upon emotions, an unhealthy relationship will energetically articulate that as needy, right? And this is why it's so beautiful, because when we build into relationship, and the first thing that we start to do, right, when we look at the caring of the self as preparation for relationship, then we're perpetually in a state that the love that we give ourselves is also the love that we give towards the healthy relationship that amplifies the space of encouraging us to continue to build into that space of healthy, reaffirm self-supported action, because this is the healing of relationship out of codependence and into interconnectedness. And what does it look like to be in interconnected relationship? The modality by which we create energetically supportive systems. And that supportive system starts within the self and extends to those energetically surrounding the self. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, in solitude, I see two different modalities that are potentially occurring right now. These are scenarios and situations by which energy is recognizing and they're holding themselves in a space of appreciating their solitude because they don't see it as separation. It's the modality of understanding that that care of the self amplifies and articulates as the space by which another person finds us, and the energetic discernment in terms of how another person receives us, finding us in our energetic state of bliss, allows us to discern what feels like it is energetically healthy for us versus what it is that we're healing from. And so for a lot of this energy, I feel like there's a little bit of, I want to point out, there's a little bit of this emotionality that's coming up. And we're going to talk about this here. We've got Neptune and Aries that are coming out of Pisces, and Neptune and Saturn that are coming out of Pisces and moving back into Aries, right? And that is a continuation of feeling energetically frustrated, working into the context of feeling the energetic frustration point in relationality to what it is that we ourselves have energetically experienced. Because I keep on seeing that a lot of those modalities or experiences by which we ourselves articulate upon our emotions build us into the space of identifying and recognizing what feels energetically stabilizing and supportive to us. So we've got a lot of this energy right now that is in solitude, that may feel like they're going through a process of unlearning and relearning, right? Letting go of the energetic narrative that told the self that one has to be, right? That one has to be in a space of giving the self something back meagerly, right? Because instead of kind of coming into that space of building into the space of being energetically nourished, then we are allowing for the context of being able to identify and recognize the relationship that feels like it meets in alignment to us. I also see new relationships that are coming together right now. And even in the space by which they're coming together, right, they're potentially articulating upon the changes that they've effectively energetically applied as it relates to their own perceptions in terms of what in a relationship brings force versus what it is that they can fix internally. And I keep on hearing like, this is a lot of the energy. I keep on seeing a lot of this energy that's like coming into relationship right now is the understanding, right? And this is what's beautiful, right? This is the understanding of the relationship that works towards growing into the space of saying a healthy relationship does not fix everything, but, right, a healthy relationship allows us to build deeper into the fabric of who we are and what it is that we're working to learn upon, right? Because that modality of building into healthy counterpart connection is often the space by which, when we are able to identify and recognize something that is not a strength within us, it allows us the ability to get stronger in the context of being able to articulate upon something that we are energetically working upon. Now, this brings us to a lot of these moon relationships, and the moon relationships were effectively the relationships that were coming together, the relationship cycles that were coming together between the time of January 18th, which was our Capricorn new moon cycle, up until September 6th of 2025 of this year. So working into a lot of that context, what are we effectively identifying and recognizing that was occurring in those modalities or those experiences? For a lot of the energy that's or into the summer, I apologize, the energy that came into the space of January 18th up until the solstice period of this summer, what do we see that a lot of those energies were effectively working through? Those modalities or those experiences by way or by means of being able to recognize and amplify upon what it is that one is able to do better. These are a lot of energies that feel that sense of stability in recognition to the peace that they bring forth to one another. And what were we effectively identifying in relationality to a lot of the peace that we were identifying there? These are the relationships that are perpetually working towards the refinement of the self. And what's beautiful about those energetic endeavors that we see with a lot of those moon relationships is working into the context of energetic refinement that allows the ability or the capacity of being able to energetically pinpoint upon things that they are effectively working on, effectively doing in a better way, right? And that's the beauty. I want to describe this. That's a little bit of that beauty that we can see when we start getting into that full moon, like that this moon energy that we have in Virgo. And that's what's beautiful when we get out of the space of working upon perfect, right? I keep on hearing that that's a lot of that moon energy that's saying perfect, not perfect, but perfecting, right? The modality or the adaptability by which they effectively work to energetically fine-tune the self, but also working into the context of the healthy relationship that allows one to be able to recognize and identify what one is trying to do more effectively. And this is what I love about these moon relationships. It feels, right? It feels like a lot of those relationships were effectively coming through those modalities or those experiences by way of being able to recognize or amplify upon the healthy relationship. It's like an ego-free territory is what I keep on getting. Because a lot of that adaptability or a lot of that space by which they themselves are working to energetically achieve something is the modality and experience by which they are almost articulating to each other. And I like this about it. This is almost the energy that says to one another, right, that everything is possible in terms of being fixed so long as we ourselves are able to recognize and identify what it is that we are trying to energetically perfect, right? And so I keep on hearing not perfect, perfect, not perfect, perfect. Don't let perfect get in the way of perfecting. Now, this brings us to those temperance relationships. And for a lot of these temperance relationships, what we were effectively identifying, these were the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing direct, which was happening in the fall, up until the solstice period that we experienced this summer. Can I please get the 4th and 5th cards in our 5-card spread for today? These are, we've got 3 cards coming through. We've got the Page of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the 4 of Cups in its upright. And we also have the 7 of Wands in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're energetically seeing in relationality to a lot of this energy right now. So the thing that we're energetically identifying, and I want to describe what we've been seeing is happening right now for a lot of those temperance relationships. A lot of these temperance relationships are effectively working through the modality and experience. And I need to articulate this in such a way that it's going to take a bit of a moment to express. These relationships were effectively reaching a point of energetic intimacy by which they are effectively hitting energetic barriers that were effectively erected at a time by which they were in a relationship, and it was not safe to be the authentic version of self, right? Those experiences, those modalities, those situations by which we ourselves work to energetically refine and define upon something. And what's happening with a lot of those relationships is, and I want to describe this, some of those trauma walls that we create, we ourselves aren't even able to perceive that they're energetically there, right? And this is what's beautiful about entering into healthy relationship, but not just entering into healthy relationship, but the healthy relationship that we enter into that allow us the capacity or the ability to effectively identify and recognize our own energetic blind spots as it relates to the trauma that we energetically carry. And that's what I keep on getting in relationality to a lot of these relationships right now. That modality or experience by which they are able to effectively articulate to one another, right? The gift that they effectively amplify and say to one another, because it's the ability to see oneself on an energetically holistic level. The modality or the experience by which another person is able to articulate, define, or refine upon what they're working on, but not just in the modality by which they're able to refine upon what they're working on, but the space by which they're able to amplify and articulate upon the energetic breakthrough that they're having in the space of being able to be the authentic self. And I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, it's emotional, right? There may be a lot of feelings that are coming up, but I keep on hearing the feelings that must come up to allow to a deeper level of healing, right? It's a lot of that emotionality that we see that may be rising up, but even in the space by which there are those emotions there, right? I keep on getting it's the emotionality that effectively allows us to refine and define upon what it is that we're doing in an even greater fashion. Now, this brings us back into moving back towards the energy that's in solitude right now. Clarification between the Seven of Swords in its upright with the Six of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got here the Nine of Wands in its upright. So what do we see with that Nine of Wands energy? Whoop. And we've got the next two cards coming out. We're going to put those over here. The one thing I want to describe with a lot of this energy right now is, and I want to explain this best. The space by which we effectively are able to allow the sense of easement allows for the point by which we ourselves become the force of strength in relationship. And why do we say that? Because it has a lot to do, right? It has a lot to do with working through the energetic wound that we often bring into situations as it relates to defining and refining upon what we identify as perfect, right? And this is what happens, right? Perfection often stands in the way of energetic progress of the self, right? Because here's the thing about it. When we are in the space by which we can energetically idealize, like what that energetic ideal manifestation is, we often say to ourselves, I haven't energetically realized it yet. But in the modality by which we feel like we fail to realize it, we don't realize that we've already reached a level of perfectitude. And so I feel like that is what we see that's happening right now for a lot of the energy that's working through solitude, right? It's the energy that is working to let go of the false premise that one must be perfect in order to enter the perfect relationship. Because if you wait to be perfect to enter the perfect relationship, you're going to be holding your breath for a long time. Because I guarantee you, I want you to think about, right? I want you to think about what you thought was perfect 5 years ago. I want you to think about what you thought was your perfect 10 years ago and what you're potentially going to recognize if you've reached those benchmarks on several occasions. And this is the thing about it. When we are constantly perfecting, perfection always becomes out of reach because we never effectively arrive to it. Her perfection is the horizon line of our own energetic ideal action. And when we understand the nature of our own perfection, working towards the higher self that always identifies the space, that it always feels like there's an aspect of that that is energetically out of reach, then we don't bludgeon ourselves with that aspect. we don't bludgeon we don't bludgeon with ourselves with the fact that that is the nature of perfection. We just come into the space of recognizing it, and we navigate it with a sense of proportionality. And so this is what we keep on seeing, right? And the identification of the energy that's working in solitude that says perfect is achievable in the space of understanding that one is willing to learn, right? This is the beauty of healthy harmonic partnership, is it allows one to move into pervasive and perpetual energetic harmonization, the attunement that we effectively build into one another that starts with our own adaptability. You've met people like this before, right? Sometimes, and this is what's hard, right? Sometimes the cruelest person you meet is the person that's trying to reach for perfection the hardest. Because if somebody is in the modality by which they're constantly bludgeoning themselves with perfection, guess what? They're holding a cudgel, right? They're holding the same cudgel to everybody around them, right? It's like it starts with the self, and then you give it out to everybody around them. And this is what's so painful, is sometimes you'll see somebody who's causing trauma to those around them, and you recognize that the trauma starts within, right? You see somebody and be like, oh, they hold themselves to too high an energetic standard, and then they're energetically bludgeoning everyone around them because they themselves haven't healed from the trauma of their own feeling of needing to be energetically perfect, right? And this is why the solution to that is holding ourselves with a force of compassion. Because when we are recognize and identify and say it's okay not to be energetically perfect so long as we're moving towards learning, then that is a gift that expresses not only within the self, but becomes the force of compassion, right? The compassionate learning that we effectively extend to all of those that are in our energetic presence. And so this is what we see that's happening right now with a lot of these relationships, is building into, right? Building into that pathwork of being able to effectively look at the space of the love that we express, right? The love, the way that our love is often experienced is the way that we ourselves give that love back to ourselves. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy that may be moving into relationship right now. And they're effectively articulating to one another as they do so, saying, I'm trying to learn to love myself more. Because when I learn to love myself more, I hurt the world less, right? When I learn to love myself more, then the feeling of my love being expressed feels like the compassion that I'm giving to myself that is expressed and received by all of those around the self, right? Now continuing, and this is bringing us into those energies that are moving deeper into union right now, those moon relationships, clarification between the 6 of pentacles in its upright with the 2 of swords in its upright, the 8 of wands in its upright in combination with the hanged man in its reversal. I don't mind seeing a hangman in its reversal. I don't mind seeing a hangman in its reversal, especially with like the 8 of wands here. But I will say there's something to be said right now. And I'm just going to stress this. There's a lot going on right now. Okay. A lot of moving parts. And I want to describe this. Like that's the best way I can describe. Like that's the best way I can describe Aquarius energy. The best way I can describe Aquarius energy in the space by which there are a lot of planets in Aquarius during Aquarius season right now. It's working into the context of a lot of moving parts, right? A lot of things happening all at once. But here's the thing about it, and it's much the same too, right? That is a good thing. What, right? And I need to point this out, and this is what I keep on seeing a lot of moon relationships understand. And this is what we mean about the difference between having a manifestation and embodying what it feels like to be within one, right? Right? When one has a lot of moving parts, one has its hands full, right? Often the amplification of a full life is an energetically busy life. Is what I keep on hearing. And so a lot of things may be energetically happening. right? And feeling a lot of that energetic, and this is what we can expect. And I just need to stress this because I want you to chill out. Okay. You got to stay cool right now, because here's the thing about it, especially with like Uranus coming out of retrograde. Okay, it can usually, and here's the thing, and this is what we're going to expect right now. Okay, it's going to feel like it's going to be like nothing, 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 and then it's like whoosh, like it feels like everything happening at once, especially as we're moving into eclipse cycle. Okay, so it's like it can feel a little bit like an energetic or emotional floodgate, as it were. But here's the important thing that we recognize and identify right now, right? The space by which we don't energetically get carried away is the modality by which we're energetically stable within ourselves, right? And it's the identification of a potentially, and this is what I need to point out. Often when you see others that are not necessarily as attenuated to what's happening energetically, right? What often happens is like you see somebody, you're like riding the emotional waves and they're being energetically tossed around in them, right? And rather than being, I keep on hearing observe, don't absorb, is what I keep on seeing. Observe, don't absorb, right? Because it's the modality of energetically feeling instead of energetically embodying, right? The difference between saying like what is happening to me versus what is happening right now, right? The modality by which one is feeling energetically attenuated to recognizing the difference between the energy within the self versus the energy around the self. And the one thing I want to notice, like I keep on seeing, right? And this is the gift with like a lot of these moon relationships. And this is the gift that happens when you're not in an overly egoic state, right? The ability of having an energetically streamlined ego is being able to effectively identify what the work is within, how one is effectively able to navigate something that is internal versus something that is energetically external. And so I like this because this is why these relationships have come together so strongly. They appreciate each other because they see the strength it takes not to be emotionally carried away by things, right? And what we mean by being emotionally carried away is the space by which you allow the emotions to guide the action. And usually you can tell someone, you can tell when somebody is in that modality because the emotions lack sense or reason. Healthy emotions always have healthy directions attached to them, right? The modality by which we don't just calibrate upon what we feel, but we understand the energetic force of direction by which we are effectively expressing emotion. And so I feel like this is why these moon relationships are building in to such an energetically stable place right now, because it is the modality of effectively feeling the stabilization of being in a relationship with the recognition of counterpart that has the ability to articulate upon the wide berth of emotions, right? Right? They're able to communicate upon the wide berth of emotions, but not in the space by which the expression of the emotions interrupt what it is that they're trying to communicate with each other, right? So there's like there's a lot of deep conversation that I potentially see that's occurring in those experiences. Now this brings us to a lot of those temperance relationships. And for these temperance relationships right now, and we often see this, and I want to describe this too, with a lot of the energy that we see that's happening right now with those temperance relationships, clarification between the Two of Swords in its reverse, in its upright, with the Page of Pentacles in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Eight of Swords in its upright. And the thing I want to identify and articulate right now with this Eight of Swords energy, this Eight of Swords energy, when we see it here, it's a continuation. It's a continuation of a conversation in relationality to, and I want to describe this. The modality by which, the modality by which this energy often creates healthy boundaries is amplified and articulated upon the space by which one is able to effectively navigate or articulate to another, right? The modality of another, like energetically working through the context of the self and the triggers and the boundaries that we hold. Now, to clarify on what I mean by that is there is a false premise. I don't know where it came from, that in order to be healthy, one needs to get rid of your triggers. That is the most unhealthy thing I've ever heard. We're supposed to be triggered. When we have, and the way that you can tell that a trigger is placed in a healthy space is a trigger should be as close to an energetic standard as possible, right? The modality by which we hold a standard and a trigger is set by the standard is the definition of the fact that we represent that there are things that we hold of intense importance, right? And this is often how we build into healthy relationships. A healthy relationship does not require one not to have any energetic standards. There's no relationship there, right? That is a relationship that is not built into the space of actually holding or representing something. But the modality by which we energetically articulate and define something that is of energetic value to us is the space by which we know ourselves. And what's beautiful about that, and I keep on seeing this, right? I feel like for a lot of these temperance relationships, and this is what we can kind of see coming out of a full moon in Leo, the modality of another person not caring about something that is vital and important, that often carries the shape of our own sense of recognizing and identifying what it is that we ourselves hold dear. And I keep on getting that for some of those energies or some of those relationships, right? I keep on seeing the conversation that they wish they could have, but fear they never can, right? Because those modalities and experiences that we often have that allow us to be able to articulate the energetic shape of something that is important, but not just the shape of something that is important, but the work that we do to help each other, right? To help each other learn, right? It begins with an understanding of the capacity by which one is able to recognize the ability of moving away from energetically indulgent thought. Now, what is the difference between an indulgent thought and a healthy thought? An indulgent thought, and we were talking about this yesterday, right? We were often having a conversation in relationality to the modality of experiencing something that feels like it is energetically worthy versus something that feels like it is not necessarily supportive to those around the self. And it has to do with the continuing conversation that a healthy manifestation goal is one that is energetically mutually shared. And if you're ever not sure whether your manifestation goal is pure or not, start talking about it. Okay, start talking about it with others around you, right? And if you feel awkward, if you feel awkward saying something out of your mouth, then that's usually a sign that that's probably not a healthy manifestation. But the modality by which, and this is what I keep on seeing, this is a lot of the energy that continues to articulate, and I keep on hearing every day, getting able to be a little bit more uncomfortable, right? And this is why I see that this is the energy that's getting energetically stronger, because you'll remember that I articulated that this is a lot of the energy that is recognized or identified via the partnership, an energetic trigger point, right? An unhealthy wall that they may have found within themselves that they needed to erect at a time that by which they were experiencing a trauma environment. This is the sad truth of it. This is why we talk about some trauma you only can heal by getting out of range of it. Because the modality and experience of understanding that you can survive a trauma environment, the question you really need to ask yourself is, who are you going to transform into in order to energetically endure something? Right? This is why we talk about the fact that sometimes we articulate our love by moving out of distance of things, because the modality by which we amplify and articulate our care, but we identify the fact that we ourselves do not allow our care to build into the space of turning us into something that we are not. I feel like there's often these modalities with these relationships by which they've had to let go of energy, right? Like, I feel like this is energy that's almost articulating to each other, that they had to effectively let go of energy that they deeply cared about. But often the modality of seeing another person that allows the trauma, right? Allows the trauma to hold on to them, right? Allows the trauma to inform their perspective, is the modality by which we often feel, the modality or experience by which we feel sadness for those who are effectively here, but in the modality or experience by which we effectively allow that context to fortify and reaffirm our own energetic action, right? And so I see a lot of that energetic vibration there, right? It's like the energy that says, I cannot articulate to another why they should energetically care. But often the modality of perceiving, right, fortifies our own energetic direction. And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy that's working through those capacities or experiences, right? And they're in the process, I keep on hearing unlearning and relearning, right? Always in the direction of understanding what is effectively needed to be able to move towards that higher version of self, or what is effectively identified. And I keep on getting there that even in the modality by which they're experiencing their trigger, I feel like some of that energy is saying triggered for a reason, right? Right? It's the modality that says triggered for a reason. We're supposed to be triggered about things. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Pentacles in its upright in combination with the Four of Cups in its upright and the Seven of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with the Justice card. And this is bringing us back into the energy that's in solitude right now. And let's talk a little bit about, like we see even now with a lot of that justice energy. Like I like this, I like to see the justice card for energy and solitude because it's working on finding a healthy balance, right? It's working on navigating and finding a healthy balance. And the thing we identify with working through a healthy balance is the proportionality by which we ourselves energetically navigate through circumstances or situations. And I want to describe this. And I feel like this is often what happens with energy that is compassionate. Energy that's compassionate, usually you can tell energy that's compassionate because they're always agonizing upon action. Is what I keep on saying. This is the hard truth, right? That when you're working in terms of compassion, you're always agonizing over action, right? It's the modality that always wishes that there was more that one could do. But this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, being able to effectively navigate and articulate upon what it is, right? This is a lot of that energy that identifies, and I keep on seeing, and this is what I keep on getting with a lot of that energy in solitude, the care of the self that acts as shield from the unhealthy relationship, right? The modality by which we effectively, I keep on hearing the care of the self that acts as shield in relationality to healthy relationship, because in healthy relationship, we bend, but we don't contort, right? We're energetically adaptable, but we don't fall over ourselves. And the modality by which we find that energetic flexibility, right? And I keep on seeing this, the energy that recognizes that the flexibility that we bring to things is often the amplification of recognizing and identifying that we're not deeply in our ego, right? Because egos are rigid. Egos are very rigid. Egos are very, very rigid. And in this, and that's why often like egos can shatter, right? Because egos are rigid and egos can shatter because it's more of the space by which, and you can usually tell when somebody's in their ego because they get very defensive, right? Everything is articulated from a space of something happening to the self instead of being able to look towards something and identify and articulate what one can do, is what I keep on seeing. And so for a lot of that energy, I feel like that is like I keep on getting, and this is what I like about some of these relationships or the work of the energy and solitude that's working to heal right now. Like I almost see the space by which they're identifying and they're saying the self is sanctuary. And what do we identify with the self is sanctuary, which is saying the self is a place by which we ourselves consider is blessed. And the modality by which we try to effectively do things in the best way possible, right? It helps us understand, and this is what is hard about it, right? The modality by which we can only love as well as we love ourselves, right? And the modality by which we often have those experiences by which, right? And like the modality by which we have experiences by which others come towards, and this is what I keep on hearing, when we're in an unhealthy space, we look to relationship to heal us, right? And it's the modality by which this energy is working through the capacity of understanding that the perfectitude that we find in ourselves allows us to change our nature or our recognition of relationship. There is, if we do not feel healthy, there is no relationship in the world that will heal us because it's the modality and the capacity of understanding that what we effectively find is what we effectively bring forth. So for a lot of, for the energy that's effectively working through that, this is a lot of the energy that's not even looking at themselves in separation, but in a space of preparation, right? The love that we give to ourselves that isn't indulgent, but the space that says, I'm learning to love myself, recognizing that I'm going to find a counterpart that loves me the same capacity that I myself give that love to myself, right? And so this is a lot of the energy that builds into the sense of not feeling that is, and I keep on hearing, this is how you can recognize the difference between selfish and centered in self. It's not selfish if it's something that you would eagerly give another, right? Something is only selfish if it applies only to the self. But if it's something that one would eagerly give to another, this is the energy that's learning to bring that compassion to the self, because that is the modality by which they're able to recognize and identify what feels, right? They're caring about themselves the way that the divine counterpart would. And in the modality by which they do so, it allows them to be able to see what's coming towards them with more clarity. And for a lot of these relationships that are coming together right now, clarification between the Nine of Wands in its upright with the Eight of Wands in its upright and the Hangman in its reversal. Can I please have one card to clarify? We've got a lot of that Knight of Wands energy, and I like to see the Knight of Wands energy here because it is working into the space of healthy communication, right? The energy that we effectively articulate as it relates to, I keep on hearing, every day the right step in the right direction, right? The modality by which we identify and articulate every day the right step in the right direction, which is not the modality by which we feel that we have to like change everything overnight. But the way that true transformation occurs is a little at a time, right? The little, and I keep on hearing, the little gifts that we give to ourselves that help us recognize and identify the changes that we're bringing forth towards ourselves. And so I feel like this is beautiful because I feel like for a lot of the energy right now, it's not just articulated and amplified in relationality to being, I told you, they're not bludgeoning, right? They're not bludgeoning themselves with that desire for perfection, but they're recognizing and identifying and seeing situations and saying, how can I nourish this? How can I perfect this, right? How can I work upon doing something in a little bit of a better way? And so I keep on hearing a little bit every day goes a long way. And even in the space by which these new relationships are coming together, that quality or appreciation is building into the space of the healthy relationship. Now, continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Wands, our Hangman in its reversal, and the Eight of Swords. So we've got double eight energy out right now. We've also got a lot of seven. We've got a lot of sevens on the table. We've got a lot of eights on the table. So moving back towards those moon relationships, one card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the Fool card. I'm not surprised to see the Fool card right now because we've got, listen, we've got Saturn and Neptune that are both moving into Aries. And Saturn and Neptune both moving into Aries. Is working into, like, and I want to describe it as it's very much similar to a Saturn return moment, right? I like to describe it as like a bit of a pseudo Saturn return. We're also about to head back into eclipse season, which can often create the space of a lot of things happening very quickly. We also have to recognize that Jupiter is still retrograding in Cancer, which means that there is a lot of that heightened sensitivity right now. But I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, being able to effectively, I keep on hearing, being able to effectively take energetic approaches and being able to recognize and identify not only, I keep on getting, progress does not, I keep on hearing, progress does not happen overnight, right? The space by which we build into the attenuation of relationship is the consistent reliability by which we effectively find each other each day, right? It's the modality or experience, like, and this is what we talk about as it relates to reliable energy. It's what we effectively come to know upon one another. And this is what's beautiful, because I feel like for a lot of these moon relationships, there's something inspiring that they find in one another. And what do they find in one another that feels like it's energetically inspiring? The concept of aspiration, right? Like it says to me that this is a lot of the energy, like again, a lot of this moon energy in these relationships is the space by which they've learned. Like I keep on hearing these relationships, they take themselves, I keep on hearing them say, why would you not take yourself seriously? Right? Why would you never not take yourself seriously? Because I keep on hearing that, and this is often what happens, right? Trauma environments often create the context. And I think it's interesting too, because, and I want to describe this because it almost feels like energy that works into, like, and I want to just, like, there's something very interesting here, which is the energy that says, I find joy because I take myself seriously. Why would I not take my joy seriously, right? The modality by which we recognize the importance of joy is the space of understanding. And I like to point this out. Every true manifestation goal, right? Every true manifestation goal, the actual demarcation point of a manifestation goal is joy. Every good manifestation goal, when you think about it, like when you move away from all of the other stuff, what's at the heart of it? It's joy, right? And it's the search for that sense of joy, right? Why go after anything if there isn't the sense of energetic joy there? But here's the thing about it, right? And this is why we remove the space of comparison, right? And this is why we remove the modality of identifying the fallacy of best, because if you're looking towards being the energetic best, is like best the joy that one finds there? Is there going to be joy? Because it's a modality by which we understand, right? And I feel like this is what's beautiful about these moon relationships, right? They're working to identify what joy means to them, right? And that ability of being able to recognize and identify what joy means, right? Is the space by which they're able to energetically amplify and build into the space by which they hold that sense of joy sacredly, right? Because it is that gift, like that gift of beauty and that gift of love that we give to each other, that allows the context by which we feel energetically stable within ourselves, right? We arrive to situations, we're not seeking something out. And it's the modality by which we come to places and say to ourselves, how can I make this place more joyful? How can I make this place more beautiful? And when we effectively have that modality by which we're not looking, right, but we're energetically arriving into situations, we don't feel that sense of energetic yearning, but we're perpetually answering the call of what it is that we're seeking by being the source by which others are able to find it, right? And this is the gift that we have when we start to build into that, but we can only achieve that if we recognize how energetically precious we all are, right? When we identify that each and every one of us is energetically precious and unique, then we build into the context of identifying and articulating and saying, how can I bring that energetic uniqueness into a world in only the way that I can do? And so I feel like there's a lot of that that energetic contemplation that we effectively see that's happening there for a lot of these moon relationships. And it's the energy that often moves into a contemplative state, right? And it's a contemplative state, not from the state of being overly focused on the self, but for the sense of effectively wanting to give forth more of the self in the context of the joy that they're trying to effectively amplify and articulate on the world around them. This is bringing us back into those temperance relationships. Clarification between the Eight of Swords in its upright and the Justice card. One card to clarify. Yeah, it's in there. I'm not surprised to see it. Man, I love, if you're a tarot nerd, I love these three cards together, Knight of Wands, Fool, and Ace of Wands, because the thing about it is it works into, and I like this too, because I have to stress that there's something going on with this temperance energy, which is like, it's giving me a little bit of like, don't mistake the kindness for weakness. Don't mistake the kindness for weakness. Don't mistake the kindness for weakness. Because it's a modality of understanding. Do you know how strong, do you know how hard it is to be kind in a hard world? Right? The modality of being able, like the ability to find, like when, and this is why when you find a kind person, right? When you find a kind person, you like someone who knows what's up, being like that right there, that person right there, that's a very strong person, right? Don't mistake the kindness for weakness. Kindness is a choice, right? The modality or experience by which we navigate circumstances or situations, and we understand and amplify that at every moment that is an energetic choice. That's something that we are working to bring forth. I just keep on seeing this energy that often works into the energetic arrival point and being able to amplify and articulate to another that true energy understands and recognizes the energetic stability or strength it takes to be energetically kind in a difficult world, in a world that often feels, right? In a world that often feels like that journey is one that feels in a way, shape, or form at some point, sometimes thankless. That ability of being able to articulate and resonate and build into the context of being able to do something in a way that is so energetically important. I feel like this is a lot of the energy that often works through the modality of experiencing situations or circumstances by which another person, and this is often what I keep on seeing, the modality by which another person sees someone energetically kind and makes the false presumption of taking energetic advantage over kindness. This is how energy loses connections, right? The modality, and I feel like this is what's hard for some of those relationships, right? These are some relationships that I wouldn't be surprised if these are relationships by which another person doesn't even go to the trouble, right? Doesn't even go to the trouble of trying to correct another person's false presumption of them. Because this is the energy that almost articulates and says to themselves, the only person that I need to be good with is the person I see in the mirror. And the modality by which I almost feel like I see a lot of this energy that works into the space, right? And I keep on seeing the modality by which we don't confront things is often, I keep wondering, often more, right? Is often more of the space by which I feel like I hear this energy almost articulating and saying, right, energetically, like they're very connected to this. Is often what I see with like Saturn's lessons, the modality by which you recognize or identify and you move away from something rather than energetically facing it is almost the modality that says, I hope the day comes that they understand and recognize, right? The modality by which we treat each other, right? I keep on seeing that is a lot of that energy. Like I just see that energy working through modalities of saying it's not their job. It's not their job to teach lessons, but to observe the nature of another person's, like, and I keep on hearing standards show. You know, like that's the thing about it. Standards show. You can't hide standards. That's the thing about it. You know, like those modalities or experiences, right? Like this is like I keep on hearing, like this is what we articulate. And what is the modality by which we understand, right? It's the space by which we ourselves like work towards things that often creates that sense of feeling energetically stable, because it's the space by which we hold each other. And I keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing this energy that almost articulates and says, like good is what you find in here. It's what you work towards, right? It's not something that's energetically performative, is what I keep on getting. Knight of Wands to the Fool energy, moving back to that energy in, moving back to the energy in solitude. Yeah, we've got a lot of that Four of Swords energy in its reversal. So I want to describe this. If you're feeling a little bit of this energetic anticipation right now, we've got a very intense, this new moon energy is going to be triggering eclipse season. And it's a new moon in Pisces as Neptune's about to move into Pisces. So prepare for a lot of emotions, right? But that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of this energy right now. And I want to describe this too, because I feel like for some of the energy right now, in seeing through and remembering, emotions don't fix things, directions do. Emotions don't fix things, directions do. But sometimes when another energy, when somebody's in, right? Sometimes when another person isn't in a healthy space, they have the false presumption that all they need to do in terms of trying to fix emotion, like something, is being able to reveal the fact that they have emotions. And this is why I feel like there's a lot of that energy that almost like works through the pathwork of their own healing. And the hard part about it is it's not just the fact that they're working to heal, but it almost feels like they're like working in the space of letting go of, I keep on hearing, situations or circumstances by which another person articulates a desire to be in relationship, but does not have the ability to navigate the intensity of the emotions that arrive when one is within one, is what I keep on seeing. And so that's what's kind of difficult for a lot of that energy that's working through solitude. It's the understanding that love is not enough. This is why we have to do the work to feel our emotions, because this is why disassociating is so dangerous, because you can do not find strength in disassociating and understanding that the best relationship you'll ever experience will make you feel things that you've never felt before, right? You have to be able to be in the modality of being able to prepare for weird emotions. And the only way you can prepare for weird emotions is if you allow yourself to feel the ones that you have, is what I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification between the Fool card and the Ace of Wands. Yeah, this is what we mean with the Seven of Cups, right? This is what we talk about with sitting with our emotions. It does not mean trying to disassociate from them, right? The modality by which we find the amplification, and this is what we talk about with serenity, right? The understanding that those that you find that are energetically serene, it's not like they've decided, it's not like they've evacuated their emotions. They've understood, they understand the ability of sitting within them, right? They're all there, right? They haven't gone anywhere. They're feeling the same exact things you've felt, but they don't allow, right? They don't allow the emotions to dictate the action, but rather they build into the context of the healthy listening to the emotions to understand which emotions are functional versus which emotions trigger the fact of working on something within the self, right? It's the understanding that serenity is a perpetual act of strength, right? It's not stillness, it's perpetual strength embodied. Final card for today's spread, between the Four of Wands in its upright and the Seven of Cups in its upright. The Hermit card. And this is what we see with a lot of the Temperance energy. And this is what I feel like a lot of the Temperance energy recognizes, right? The Temperance energy gets this, the modality of understanding, right? And this is often what happens. You see somebody energetically serene, right? And you false presume naivety there. But the modality by which another person finds sereneness and the serenity that they create as a point of choice, right? The ability of them being able to overcome the emotions within the self, right? I keep on hearing the energy say, don't disturb serenity, right? Because the modality by which you understand all of the emotions that exist within is the modality of understanding the full strength it's taken for another person to be able to achieve that state of energetic serenity, right? And that's why I feel like there's a lot of intelligence that I see that happens with temperance energy, because if that's the modality by which another person sees serenity and assumes ease, right? This is a lot of energy that knows better, that goes, no, 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 you don't find serenity in a state of easement. It's the work that we do within ourselves, right? It's something that we effectively work to continually, perpetually identify and attain because we build it into the context of being an energetic priority. And this is why I see that these counterparts appreciate each other so much, right? Because they build upon the context of finding that point of energetic serenity. It's something that they create within. It's something that they facilitate without. But I keep on hearing, you can't find serenity in spaces that ask you to contort, right? The modality by which another person like recognizes or understands, right, what feels energetically like appreciative. And this is why we articulate upon the beauty of that, because that ability of being able to identify that or utilize this understanding that the self is a gift allows the understanding and recognition of building into the perception of how others receive it, that often allows one to be able to identify and recognize where oneself feels energetically appreciated. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Page of Cups. Page of Cups in its upright. And I think that one of the things that we're seeing with the Page of Cups in its upright, and I feel like there's a lot of this energy here, it's working through, right? Never make energetic assumptions when it comes to the energy around us, right? There's this ability to see easement and to make energetic assumptions in terms of what one finds there. But this is often like, and this is what I keep on pointing out, like the most energetic, serene person you'll ever meet will surprise you in ways that are amazing. And this is often why I even see, like, even in the context by which you're building into a new relationship, giving something the benefit of the doubt and allowing something to grow, right? Because I keep on hearing still waters run deep, right? The modality of the healthy relationship by which we don't build into the context of trying to energetically wow one another, but the ability of being able to take something in a proportionate fashion. What often happens is the modality of another, right? The ability of coming into a healthy relationship in the way by which another person is working to energetically, I keep on hearing, impress rather than effectively show. I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, that ability of working through, I keep on hearing relationships. Relationships are not, I keep on hearing relationships are not entertainment zones, right? They're not the modality by which we feel, right? It's not the modality by which we energetically feel dazzled, but the modality or experience by which we allow something to energetically grow. And I feel like there's something really beautiful about that, because I see that some of these new relationships that are coming together right now, they're like soft touch, like baby steps, right? Careful patience and consideration. But even in the modality by which they're doing that, what they're effectively articulating to one another is the presence of their experience in each other's lives are gifts. And the modality by which we don't energetically demand upon gifts, but we build into the space of the mutual appreciation of it. I feel like this is a lot of that energy that's articulating and understanding, right? I feel like this is the energy that's saying, I'm finding more control in being able to let go, right? And what does that mean? The ability, the control it takes to energetically go with the flow, right? It's so hard, but it's so vital, because often it understands that when we're in a healthy space, we don't try to put control on situations, but the control that we find within ourselves as we navigate situations towards what it is that we aspire or what it is that we're hoping to nourish and find there. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the World card. Our next tarot class will be held on Wednesday. February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern, we will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards of the Sword Suite. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system. And all you need to do, one of the things I try to do in these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been experiencing in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this full moon that we just navigated. I also want to invite you to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat. This is the final week to register for our retreat. We are going to be traveling to Italy to learn more about the cards in the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered. Everyone who attends that retreat will not only be able to have one-on-one classwork with me, but will also learn more about the culture by which the tarot was able to grow and thrive. And if you become a part of that retreat this week, not only will you receive a $200 discount on that retreat program, but you'll also have access to receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations, Julia. I got you. Actually, Julia, you're on the list. Nikki, you got our highest gifter for today. You will have an additional, and thank you so much, Dada. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your one card reading. We are going to get started on personal readings today, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway today. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you are joining us across the other apps today, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And if you are on the hold list, you can also get a reading today by just letting me know what day you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to the list. Excellent. And thank you again, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And sending you support as well. I know we're getting a lot of that Ram energy. I'm not surprised about it though. I'm not surprised to see that Ram energy coming up so much. I got you, Nikki. It does sound beautiful. I was thinking about buying. Oh, look at that, Dada. That's amazing. Pretty crazy looking. I just woke up and looked outside and was like, wow, that's incredible. Absolutely. Only supposed to do baby drag before or after the collective. I got you, dear. No, it's okay. No worries, dear. Mab, so good to see you. How are you, dear? Oh, it's so good to see you, dear. Guys, make sure to give Mab some love. Excellent. Yep. All right, absolutely. I'm in a don't be in a hysterical mode. Be in a functional mode. Hi there, Tina. How are you reading? How are you today? Happy to read on that energy. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Andrell, thank you for the gifts. And thank you for sharing the live, Ella. Grand Rising, Ella. BYOJ, exactly. And thank you as well. So rough right now. But here's the thing. It's rough. We can be rougher, right? There's no such thing as needy. Yep, exactly. Can you explain the interconnected relationship again? Absolutely, Minnie. So what we're effectively seeing right now is the interconnected relationships are those individuals that are working to heal. They're not looking towards relationship to heal them, but being able to amplify the work that they're already doing to be able to feel energetically whole. I hope that helps. Yeah, what relationships were coming together beginning of October. Yeah, except when the other involved has no intention of meeting you. But here's the thing about it, right, Ella? Like when you observe that that's the case, it allows you to move away from something with a sense of stability, right? I used to feel this way a lot, that I needed to be perfect to be in a relationship, but I feel like that's what's beautiful. A lot of relationship individuals right now are unlearning that. I get that. Thank you as well. Hey, guess who's an elementary level proficient? Oh, that's amazing, Licky. Yeah, there's a lot going on. We need to redefine that though. I need a vacay. Sending you support, Minnie. I know, Nikki. I wish everything and everyone around me would just like stop for a time. It's all right. Just continue to make sure that your rest is needed. The eclipse cycle is starting at the next new moon. So we've got about 2 weeks. Yeah, I've been craving a getaway trip. Well, here's the thing. We've got that retreat coming in August if you want to become a part of it. All right. Absolutely. And thank you, Julia. I know it's a hectic one. It's going to be a hectic eclipse cycle. That's one of the reasons that I'm moving to another state and moving away from toxic environments. Sending you support on that journey, Julia. Oh, I'm so sad to hear that. Hey. And here's the thing about it. Often when somebody is in the grip of something like that, we can effectively identify and recognize the space by which we effectively articulate and hold our compassion while trying to amplify and articulate the healthy choices or the direction that we're trying to bring towards things, right? Your love does not go away. You can love someone at a distance, right? You can build that sense of love for that person. And even in the modality of you making healthy choices, you're helping them understand that there are positive directions that they can go towards. And sending you support. I know that that's not easy. Consistency, not perfection. Tap to claim, Ella. It's like, I mean, I think like, here's the thing about it. I feel like in a way, we should give ourselves trophies for participating, right? The modality by which we understand, right? No effort is wasted, right? That's the amplification of the work that we're trying to bring towards things, right? Like it has to understand, like the triumph of the spirit is understanding that we are tireless in moving towards what it is that we're trying to bring forth, right? It doesn't require the space of feeling like one is trying to do it best, but a little bit every day goes a tremendous way. I love that question. What uniqueness can I bring to the world? Story of my life. I'm not weak, I'm kind with strength. Holding strength without aggression and softness without submission. I love the way you articulated that. That's Andrel. And Mona, thank you for the hearts. Tona, thank you for the follow. Weird Emotions. Adisa, thank you for the follow as well. Apple J, thank you for the follow. Happy to read for you on that. We're going to get started on personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the you'll be the fourth person read for today. It's going to be a lot like riding the waves right now. Ever, ever, ever. Oh, you're so welcome, Nikki. Thank you for being here and being a part of the collective. And Stacy, thank you for the follow. I got you, Ava. I'm going to read the list right now for anybody who's on the list. Good point. A bit more challenging when family's involved. I know it is, right? It's much more difficult when it's related to familial connections. But here's the thing about it, right? Like I like to define the space by which we articulate the force of our care is trying to articulate the standards that we hold towards things, right? We can amplify our love, and also in the space by which we can articulate to each other, right, what something means to us, and how, and like I like to say, like what we energetically aspire for, you know, like having aspirational conversations right now is going to be best. This is a good energy for aspirational conversations. Not it is not a good, it is not a good energy for picking things apart. It's good for putting together, it's not for picking things apart, right? Having aspirational conversations and making sure that you stay hydrated on top of that. Well said, Andrell. Speaking of it, we're going to get, for anybody who's on the list right now, I'm going to read the list for anybody who's joining us right now. If anybody wants to get on the list, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the fourth person read for. The list right now is Julia, Ava, and Nikki. So anybody who gets on right now will be the fourth person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. First person that we are reading for today is going to be, hi there, Siobhan. Good to see you, dear. How are you been? Julia, you're the first person on the list today. You'll also have an additional card in your reading because you were the first person on the list. Just a reminder to anybody joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And if you are a member over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership entitles you to the discounted rate on the reading. So that's 4 cards for 23, as well as having access to that free 1 card reading every day. Anyone who becomes a super fan or a free or a member immediately gets 1 card. Okay. All right. And Julia, could you let us know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bear. And I'm going to pin up here. We've got Julia's question. Julia states, I'm feeling like I'm in freeze mode and I'm back home until I leave for Chicago tomorrow. I feel like I'm in enemy. Okay. Yes, I understand. Highest guidance, please. Okay. Can I please get 4 cards? No, 5 cards, please. Yeah, it makes sense. You know, there's something to be said about how you're feeling right now. And I want to, and I think that in a way it's trying to help you heal. And I feel like in a way it's also going to feel a little bit clearer. I see there's something really important to be recognized. In when somebody is, I want to keep, like the word I keep on hearing is recognizing recognizing rooted energy is the word that's coming through on this. And what do I identify with rooted energy? Rooted energy is often the energy that says, there's nowhere to go. We have everything we need right here, right? Like, there's something significant that I see. And I think that your ability to identify that you're energetically potentially surrounded with rooted energy is going to help you effectively continue to heal from something that you're like energetically experiencing. Because I feel like I see, like, I feel like this is you feeling an energetic calling towards something, right? This is you answering an energetic call. Now, when we're in a healthy space, right, we can be energetically rooted and still be supportive, right? And I like to describe that as what I like to identify as a healthy tree, right? The modality by which one identifies and says healthy roots allow something to grow upwards, right? Healthy roots allow something to grow upwards. So the modality by which another person can ascertain that while another person may feel that energetic call, right? We don't take it energetically personally when someone's in that modality, but rather we feel like we work through the energy of, I keep on hearing, like, we do everything, like I keep on hearing, we do everything we can to help them, right? Like to help actively, like strive higher, right? That's the beauty. I keep on hearing the beauty of a healthy tree is that deep roots reach high, right? So we work really, so it doesn't require us always to be in the same capacity. And often the modalities by which we experience that is what we identify as a supportive environment, right? The modality by which my love doesn't need to be expressed in the space by which you do something exactly the way that I do, but the conversation or the confirmation of seeing another person moving towards their own sense of energetic purpose. So I feel like what's hard about that, though, is I feel like you're going through, I keep wondering, you're going through energetic growing pains right now, right? The modality or experience by which I see you effectively trying to move towards your purpose, and the energy around you potentially like digging, like I keep hearing, like this is what happens when someone digs their heels in, or the modality by which another person tries to articulate that they don't see the rhyme or reason as to why someone is energetically doing something is what I keep on getting. And it can be really, really painful in those modalities because I feel like you're seeing and you're feeling the weight of what happens when we're not in the space of being able to see something with clarity, which is the modality by which we take another person's departure as a personal slight. And I keep on hearing, the like this is where, like this is going to be like a little bit of this the healing that I feel that you can effectively bring to a system, because it's the observation that you have to effectively articulate to another that amplifies and articulates that energetic departure point is necessary, right? That it's not you, I keep wondering, it's not you disappearing forever, right? But you effectively extending, right? And this is what's happening right now, that you are effectively extending something in a better way, right? You're effectively articulating and amplifying, right? Like the space by which you're allowing the context of something to expand. Now it's hard upon this, and this is what I'm getting with a lot of your guides, is if you feel like you're already going through something that is difficult and there's energy that feels like they're making it unreasonably more difficult, right? Right? The modality by which you're already doing something that you're trying to amplify to someone that is a difficult process or a difficult choice. But in the modality by which they're not reaffirming to you your energetic conviction in seeing how hard something is, which articulates how much you're doing something, not because you desire to, but because you must in order to fulfill your own energetic purpose. What's hard about it is I feel like there's a lot of that energy that is creating unnecessary core wounds in the process because they're they're not seeing this from the context of the possibility by which this could effectively, I keep hearing it, they're not seeing it by the context by which this could effectively not only change your life, but the lives of those around you. But they're articulating the fact that they're creating further alienation in doing something that would at one point lead to something that would be beautiful and energetically wonderful for those around the self. And so I feel like that in itself is what we see that's happening, recognize it too. And it's hard, right? Because often, like often in those modalities or experiences, right? Those spaces by which we amplify and articulate the full shape of our intention. I feel like there's something really energetically important there, specifically and particularly as it relates to, um, and I want to describe this. Um, this had the possibility of either being a growing lesson or a learning lesson, right? And what's interesting about it is like the guides are almost looking at the energy around you and they're articulating upon the fact that, you know, like the space by which you yourself were trying to articulate upon the fact that this was a good thing that you were trying to do for yourself and those around you. What's hard about it is, and I keep on hearing this, when another person sees us doing something that is remarkable, right? But instead of being in the space by which they themselves energetically feel that sense of joy, right? We recognize the irritation that they effectively broadcast to us, or we recognize like the frustration, right? It often gives us the understanding of who effectively can come towards us as we continue forward on our journey, right? Because that same, I keep wondering, that same modality or that same space, right? It's hard because I feel like it's the space by which you're seeing others with more clarity, right? And I want to understand, like, I feel like the message that the guides are saying is allow that view, right? Allow that view to build empathy and standards, right? Allow that view to build empathy and standards because it's the modality by which I see that it's the understanding and recognition of energy that works through things. But even in the space by which another person works through things, right? You're identifying and recognizing the limitations, right? The limitations that allow for the arrival point of a closed off possibility, right? And I feel like even now, like I've got a lot of, it's hard because like I actually have, right? I've got a lot of ancestral energy around you. And a lot of that ancestor energy feels like it's going with you, like specifically for that reason. Because I almost feel like I'm picking up a lot of this ancestral energy that's like trying to look towards like you're in the modality of effectively trying to energetically break a cycle. And in the modality by which I see you trying to break a cycle, like the energy, the ancestral energy is trying to articulate and say to someone, right? Like this is your deliverance point, right? Like this is your deliverance point, but instead of allowing it to be the modality by which something is ascending or moving into a greater space, I keep on hearing the energy that articulates and says like the energy that says how dare you instead of I'm happy for you often articulates the space by which the energy itself is almost like I feel like it's you being able to see the energetic hurdle of limitation that should, I keep on hearing, that should effectively celebrate, right? It should celebrate another person moving towards, like moving towards their own sense of energetic purpose. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Queen of Swords in its reversal, you know? And usually you can tell when this is occurring in the modality by which you say, how are my choices hurting? Right? Like the modality by which another person feels overly invested in the choices that we're energetically making, right? I keep on seeing the joy that we have should always be, I keep learning the joy that we have should always be in the bittersweet feeling of another spreading their wings, right? And the modality by which we navigate another person spreading their wings is usually the sound of saying, sad for me, happy for you, right? But this is why, right? And it's interesting to, like, even when the sneeze comes up, and I want to point out, like, because the sneeze is part of the reading too, right? The modality by which, right? And it's like what we should feel in that moment. But here's the reason that spirit brought the sneeze on. It should be a moment by which another person, when someone sees us spread our wings, we should hear breath, right? Like that's why the sneeze came on, because it says at the moment that another person spreads its wings, that's the moment that we should go, like that's the moment that we should help them, right? We should create wind, we should create breath, we should create the modality by which something can effectively take off, is what I keep on seeing. So the modality by which that's the expectation, right? That's what the guides were effectively expecting in this situation, which would be the attenuation of someone helping you in your own maturation, which is seeing you growing those wings and someone bringing the breath to it, right? It should be, I keep wondering, like, it shouldn't even be thought about. It should be like instinctual, right? That's why it was a sneeze, right? Like, oh, look at that. Like, even like in those modalities, right? Like a little bit of like the non-caring where you make it not seem like a big deal, like, please go, right? And in the space by which we do that, right, we try to, like, we hide, I keep wondering, we hide our own pain because we don't want to make something energetically harder for another person, right? And so I feel like that's why I feel like I've got some ancestral energy that's carrying, like I keep on feeling a lot of pain in the heart space because I've got some ancestral energy saying that's what they should expect, like that's what you should be receiving right now. And the fact that you're not is almost amplifying, like I keep on hearing, remember, this is your, like, this is your success, right? Like it's even more meaningful because you're doing it through adversity, and you should be really, really energetically proud of yourself. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah. I want to say I pity. That's a deep cut right there, Nikki. Yeah, it's like a bait and shark. Yeah, trying not to corn. I know. But and I want you to, I feel like you just have to be patient right now, right? Just be patient and quiet and don't get reactive. Yeah, I know. It's sending, I know. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Yeah, and that's what I keep on saying. It's not about what we have to do, it's what we energetically must do. Yeah, it makes me want not, I know. I know it's breaking your heart, and I can even feel it too. Like there's some ancestral energy. It's breaking some ancestral energy's heart as well. Absolutely. It feels like strength has dwindled since being around them. But and I want to point this out. It's not always going to feel like this. You know, the modality of this is you carving a path for yourself. And I keep on hearing the modality by which another person should say, like, how can I help you with that? Should be what the sound you should be hearing. I know, and a lot of those projections. And I feel like I see the space by which, and I keep on hearing like some trauma we have to heal by putting distance between us and it. And thank you guys, sending you support on that journey. And thank you guys for supporting each other. I've been feeling, I hope I hope it's happy tears. And thank you for allowing me to read for you, dear. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Absolutely. And Sean, thank you for the follow. 1111 Ella, tap to claim. Yeah, and here's the thing about it. Remember, it's their doubt. It's not your doubt, right? It's their doubt. It's not your doubt. Don't over internalize the fact that you feel empathy for it. Yes. And Betty, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. There you go. Beautifully said, Minnie. Your journey may not make sense to other people, but it doesn't need to. It just needs to make sense to you. And thank you guys for extending it that support to each other in these readings. And thank you guys. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, I believe I saw Ava actually posted their question over on the Disco. Ava, if you could just let me know if it's inside T or outside T. But in the meantime, if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Grand Rising, Team Olsana, how are you doing today? I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And before we continue with Ava's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carla, something that swims or flies is a very broad that is a very broad choice right there. It was the owl. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Something that swims or flies. Just covering everything right there. Covering everything. I love it. All right. Good to see you today, dear. All right, let's get to it. And I'm going to pin up. Hold on a minute. Are we got inside T or outside T here? And just a reminder, it's a lovely time to get on the list today. If you'd like to get on the list, you will be the 3rd person read for. I'm just pulling up Ava's question now. All right. If you say hypothetically we combined a seal and a blackbird, it might be similar to an owl. It's amazing. Hi there. How are you doing today, Betty? I just want to, Ava, is this inside T or outside T? Okay. Yep, I got it. Can I get 4 cards, please? And 1 more. Yeah. I mean, you recognize you're an old soul, right? I mean, I've definitely got, and it's interesting too, because like every time I try to read for you, there's like a straight up block beyond the past life, is what I keep on getting. You know? Like there's just like, it's interesting because like they don't even want to reveal to me like what's beyond that past life, because they're like, that's between, I keep hearing that's between you and your guide, is what I keep on getting. They're like, that's between you and your guide, is what I keep on seeing. But the hard part about it, and I think it's interesting too, because you kind of revealed yourself in the way that you articulated it. I'm not going to go into like spilling all the tea, but there is a statement that you said, right? And you told on yourself. You said, I feel like I'm too old for this now, right? You've been feeling like that the whole time, right? And I would not be surprised. The problem with like the hard part for old souls is when they come back in younger forms, because like especially being young and being an old soul in a young body, it gets very old. It gets very old. It gets very old because it's often feeling the frustration of experiencing something that does not feel like it changes, right? It's the amplification of getting frustrated when you have to go through something again. And it feels very similar to something that you've already had to navigate. That's what we talk about. Like karmic energy is hard work. And the funny thing about the reason that karmic energy is hard work is not the fact that it's new. It's the fact that it's like, again, like that's why it's so annoying. It's like, again with this, again. It's like, it can feel like you're banging your head against the wall. It can feel bleak. And that's why I keep on hearing it. The reason it feels bleak is you're having to navigate others' obliqueness, right? And I feel like that's the important thing you need to ask yourself when you feel like that. Whose bleakness is this? Is it your bleakness? Or is it having to navigate others' obliqueness, which is the ability of kind of seeing someone being like, why are you making such, like, why are you making choices? Why are you making those choices? I would not be surprised if like you've had those modalities by which somebody was doing something in front of you and you could just read them like a book. You're like, oh yes, page 23. Yes, and this is the part, right? There they go, doing it again. Oh great, here we go again, right? The modality or experience by which you build weariness in the fact of seeing others that are energetically replaying situations that you've already experienced with them before, right? And it gets really frustrating when you feel like you're working through the space of another person not learning something, right? Or having to go through something and again, and I like to point out, like, that's often what happens with old soul energy, is it's like boring. It's not only the fact that it's bleak, it's like, oh, like it's the bleakness that we have in something being oblique, because there's more to explore, right? Like if we get over these energetic lessons, there's new things on the other side of them, right? And the modality by which, and this is often what happens with energy, with old soul energy, the modality by which I feel like you've been coming back a lot in the space of effectively coming, like I feel like you've been doing some kind of energetic checkup with some of the energy around you, potentially because I see that there's a lot of this karmic energy that I see that you're navigating through. and the modality by which, and I feel like the breakthrough that I see that you're having, and the one thing I will articulate that I see is different from something that you've energetically experienced before, is you're over it, right? Some of that work was your responsibility. Some of that work was your responsibility. And I feel like, and I know you, and I'm not saying that in like a negative way, right? I'm not saying that in like a judgy, I'm not saying that in like I'm not saying it like that. I feel like you understand, you should be proud of yourself, is what I keep on seeing. You know the hard choice you had to make. You know what that hard choice was, right? Like I see it there. Like I see an energetic situation by which you could have effectively persisted in something, and it would have been energetic absolute agony for you. Like I literally see a situation by which another person, like look at this. Look, I want to just show you these cards so you can see what I'm seeing here. You got double emperor energy. Look at that. Double emperor energy, right? And what does this say to me? Right? Look at this with the lovers, right? And it's like working through the space of someone and you having to say to someone, not like that, not like that, you know, like that's what it is, like not like that, because it almost feels like I literally see some kind of situation of you having to heal a karmic situation with someone by which they were being their worst version of self, just like straight up being their worst version of self. And I literally see a situation by which you had to say to someone, I'm not going to give you a hall pass for you being their worst. This relationship is not a hall pass for you being your worst version of self. Like I literally see a situation by which you had to articulate that to someone, and it was painful, right? It was painful. It tore you apart to do it. Congratulations. Because I keep on hearing that was something that took you, like it took you a while to get to do, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like a lot of the work, and I want to describe this, right? Your ability of working away, like working through something, right? Having to go through, you know, I've got it even here, like a bunch of experiences with individuals, right? I keep on seeing this energy here that says, like, I keep on getting this energy saying, if you care about me, you'd leave me alone. No, we wouldn't, right? Like we don't, like we do not, like I keep on seeing this, like love is not the sound of saying, if you care about me, you'd be okay with something that you would not condone. That is not the shape of love, right? There's no means to an end. And I feel like especially, and what's interesting about it is in that way, you've overcome something that your past life was energetically regretting deeply. But by like, I keep on hearing like the past life I read for you is always like, I'm in too deep, right? Like I see some of this energy, like I keep on hearing the past life energy around you being like, they realized something, but by the time they realized it, they were in too deep, is what I keep on hearing. And even, I keep on seeing like, even around the end of that experience, they were doing their best, right? Like I almost see the energy that was like doing their best to try to effectively like bring something good towards something, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like the reason that you carried, right? And I want to describe this. I want you to understand that despair and hopelessness, that was the armor that the past life garbed you in. I want you to understand that it's heavy armor, right? Takes a lot to lift it. Kind of requires you to be really strong, is what I keep on seeing, right? And especially if you know that you arrived here with it, right? Why would someone so young have armor that heavy? I want you to write that down. Why would someone so young have armor that heavy, if not to get stronger in carrying it? Bottom of the deck, right? I need to point this out. I feel like you've had a lot of energy, right? I feel like you've had a lot of energy that tried, like I keep on hearing, no fear-based relationships for someone who's carrying despair and hopelessness with them everywhere they go. What happens when somebody carries despair and hopelessness with them everywhere you go? You can't scare me. You can't scare me. I would like to see, you got an angelic guy that's like, it's really funny when they try to scare this one. It's really funny when they try to scare this one, right? Like it's saying to me, like that's the modality by which, like I keep on seeing, like you go, good luck scaring someone carrying that armor. Is what I keep on hearing. Good luck. How's that going? How's that going? How's that threat going? Is what I keep on hearing. How's that threat going? How's that threat? How'd that work out? How did that work out for them? Is what I keep on hearing. None of this don't make me mad. Don't make who mad? What you don't want to see me angry. No way, whatever. Like that's what I keep on seeing here. You know, I've got some kind of energy here, which is the modality, like I keep on hearing. Like I feel like there's literally, I want to describe this. There was a relationship that was in your past life that was literally created with fire and brimstone. Someone saying, if you do not stay in this relationship, fire and brimstone. And so you've got the armor of despair and hopelessness that you carried with you, so that when you encounter energy that goes fire and brimstone, you're like, what are you talking about? Like, it's what I keep on hearing the energy. I see you being like it's not the modality. Like, that modality is not something. And this is what we talk about the work. And this is what's beautiful about our lives. The work that was the work. And I know that I know you're going to hate me saying this, right? But the modality by which I hear a past life saying, I know it was heavy armor, right? I gave it to you to energetically protect you so that we never had to forge it again, is what I keep on hearing, right? The modality by which, and I keep on saying it's in your Akashic, someone made the energetic choice of helping you carry the weight of that past life with you, to help remind you the importance of understanding that is not something that someone can impress upon you. It's something that you've already figured out how to carry within your own person. Do you recognize how strong you are? If you've been enduring this whole time, carrying something that most people only receive after a lifetime of experience. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Darren. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 37.4K likes on the place where we on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi, Bridget. What's up? Did I win? It might be similar to an owl. Get in front of me. I have an active emotion. And you do. And it is such a blessing, Nikki. Oh, we know. Doing good. I'm doing well, Betty. How are you? I'm glad to hear that. Hi there, dear. Yeah, like 6 going on 60. Exactly. Like, that's the type of energy I'm picking up on. Yeah, that reminded me of the Sound of Music. There you go. I wonder why the guy doesn't want to reveal the other past lives. I mean, you know, it's saying, like, I like to point this out. I feel like there's going to be a time by which they're going to open up to you, but I keep on hearing now's not the time. They're going, now's not the time. Now's not the time. There's a lot going on. It's what I keep on hearing. Yeah, that's how I feel. I was like, why are we doing this if we have to start all over again? But this is why. Like, and this is what I like. That's what I said, right? It's not. I keep on hearing it's not despair. It's ennui. It's ennui. Yeah, that part. Yeah, if we don't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing I keep on seeing. You're in the process. You've already had the energetic breakthrough. Like, and this is what I keep on getting with your past life. Your past life says you've already overcome something that they worked their whole life to get out from under. So in that way, like, I keep on hearing, like, you've already, like, a portion of that you've already energetically accomplished. Yes. I like that. I like that. I like that, Betty. That's a beautiful way of describing it. Always in the best directions. Yep. Why would someone so young have armor that heavy if not to get stronger in carrying it? I promise myself to never enter a relationship based on fear instead of love ever again. Right? And that's why they gave you that armor. Grand Rising, how are you doing today, Wally? Oh, thank you for also receiving these messages. And thank you, Queen of Swords, for recharging your heart maze. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart maze if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. Yep, I beautifully said, dear. Right? Born for this. Right? Exactly where we need to be. And supporting each other every step of the way. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond to each other? Oh, I see you. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, Absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. All right. In the disco, I got you, dear. Is it inside T or outside T? And while we wait, inside T. I got it. Let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boat. Fire dragon. But there is water in the background, so I can kind of see it. I can kind of. Oh, you wrote boat. I thought you wrote. Oh, you wrote boar. Okay. Well done. I love it when the person who is getting the reading guesses the card. All right, we've got 3 out already. Can I get one more, please? And guys, I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Make sure to give Nikki some love. And again, it's a great time to get on the list right now. If you want to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information you feel is relevant for our reading, include in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Can I get one more card for Nikki, please? Okay. Sigh. Okay. It's funny. I wanted to see. I felt very strongly I had to read the cards before I read your message. So give me a minute. Okay. Oh, sorry. Tea. I mean, I've got a word for you. Melodrama. Right? And I'm going to stress this and like let's break that let's break that let's break that word down. Okay? Melodramatic. Right? What does melodramatic mean? Which is the modality by which another person makes their emotions everybody else's responsibility. The reason that when we are mature, we are not melodramatic. When we are mature, we are not melodramatic, which is the modality by which when we communicate our emotions, we communicate them in the space by which we effectively have healthy directions attached to them. Okay, this is somebody who constantly feels that bad things are happening to them. This is the energy of someone who is always in the hypersensitivity point by which everything that's happening is always their worst energetic moment. That everything is, there's a plot within a plot, right? Wheels within wheels. I would not be surprised if this person would often spend hours regaling you. Like the ability of this person to try to read into energetic mindsets. But here's the worst part about it. Feeling like everything is directed towards them. The misconception, right? The misconception of being, and I'm not to say that this person has not been through some trauma, but they came through trauma and they took the worst lesson from it. They became the force that energetically traumatized them, which is the modality by which another person can't recognize that they look to situations from a space of driving forth from their own desire for something, rather than the consideration for how other people might be experiencing them. They are completely in a certain way. They are completely blind because all they have are their feelings, and they're very blind to the fact that the ability of them to articulate how, like, those feelings make them blind to the fact that others have feelings too, is what I keep on seeing. And when you and like in the space by which I feel like this is the culmination. This is not, I want to say it's a culmination of what you can expect would have happened if you stayed in a relationship. And the word is abuse, right? The reactivity by which another person feels like they're under threat, right? That starts, I keep wondering, that starts with bullying, ends with screaming, and eventually reaches its culmination point by striking out against another person. I don't want you to look at this as a karma situation. I want you to look at it as a salvation. If not for the grace of you to walk away, that could have been you. Okay? If not for, and I want you to understand that, if not for the grace that you had to energetically walk away from something, that would have been you on the other side of their volatility in wanting to express their emotions through physicality. And I keep on hearing, if it's happened once, it's not the first time. If it's happened once, it's not the first time. This is just the first time they've done it in public view. And everything I keep on seeing here, and I want to describe this, if you were feeling energetic anxiety around this person, if they, I don't know why I keep hearing, if they had a habit of throwing things or lashing out in some way. I don't know if there was something that you identified or recognized or something that occurred between you both in the state of an altercation by which they hit something or they broke something in the midst of an argument, right? Like that is your confirmation of the fact that that was a replacement, right? And this is what we understand when somebody is in a space by which they're energetically arguing and they have that modality, right? The space by which somebody was energetically threatening, by which they would articulate that there was something, like they were doing that to let out steam, right? That's not a level that anyone should energetically reach when they're upset. The modality by which we don't feel that we need to become physical in expressing our emotions. I keep on seeing this is a culmination in seeing how wise that action was to stay away from this person, because this is the natural culmination point of the level or degree that their anger can reach. And the fact that they articulate that they have no control of it shows the fact that they are not energetically safe to be around. I also see, I would not be surprised, it feels to me like there's a lot of energy potentially around them right now that are reforming their own energetic observations, because I see that this type of energy often likes to articulate that others around them are the violent one. That often in the space by which another person gets reactive or defensive from their own aggression, I would not be surprised if this is someone who often articulates that others are violent around them, and energy recalibrating in relationality to somebody trying to articulate that damage was done by another person that they're now realizing was done by themselves. Right? I literally see a situation by which, and they're saying, reminding you of something they showed you and said they did that, right? Another person did that, rather than saying that they were the one that did it, is what I keep on seeing. Having some kind of convenience point by which they energetically articulate that something is broken, but then in the context of breaking something, not taking energetic responsibility for it. They're reminding, they're saying, remember, like remember something that they said or showed you that they articulate that another person did. That was them. That was them. Because I even see that there's something about this by which they tried to shift the blame onto the person. I keep on getting, I keep on hearing, the reason that I feel like the reason I keep on seeing this, they tried to shift the blame. They tried to shift the blame. I keep on hearing they tried to shift the blame, because it was the space by which, even in this, they tried to shift the blame. And so I keep on seeing there's a shift, because the clarity of them trying to shift the blame has become energetically evident. That was protection. And this is a reaffirmation on why it was so important for you to move away from that type of energy. Bottom of the deck on this reading. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry is no way to build a situation, right? Why do you keep, just don't get me upset and everything will be fine, right? This is a relationship that often builds into the context of energy around them being on tiptoes, right? And I would not be surprised, even in the space by which they're currently actively in relationship, this is articulating the lack of safety. In terms of another person who feels like they get energetically violent in the space by which they navigate things, I feel like you have to recalibrate everything that they said to you in the face of the new evidence that you see before you. Because something about them saying things happening to them, I keep on hearing who first? Who first? Right? And I would not be surprised. Like, I don't know why. I don't know if there was something about you being in the heated argument with this person that felt like they were often like getting like moving you into the space of feeling energetically reactive, right? I feel like this is like they're saying, remember those moments. This is what would have naturally occurred. What you're seeing is this is what you would have been in that position with them eventually. So this is a reaffirmation of saying it was never okay. It was never okay for them to speak to you that way. It was never okay for them to articulate their reactivity point. And this is just the culmination of that volatility that shows you, right? That night, I keep on hearing they were so nice. This is what that nice energy does, right? Like this is the culmination of what that nice energy, right? There's nothing nice about it, is what I keep on seeing. And especially I keep wondering, especially someone that kept on trying to say to you something about being nice, right? Like someone who feels like they have to go out of their way to articulate how nice they are, right? Nice is like safe is nice, is what I keep on hearing, right? Energy that is in control of their emotions is nice. Not somebody saying, not someone who tries to find evidence. Like you want to tries to articulate evidence on the fact that they're energetically nice to others, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know why I keep on hearing like safe energy doesn't have to insist that they're nice, is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes today. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 39.3K likes, and the list is now open, so the next person on the list will be the first person read for. I mean, I keep on hearing it's saying to me, like it's the culmination of the protection. It's reaffirming the wise choice you made, right? It's saying to me that would have been like there's something about seeing the height of the culmination of that, especially as it relates to arguments that you would have gotten into, right? Like it's reaffirming how, like, it's just giving you further reaffirmation on why you made the right decision. And sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I'm glad that you're safe. All right, the next person, we are now going to get started on 1-card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a 1-card reading, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, all you need to do is hit the superfan status, which is at the bottom of the screen. Your superfan status will make you eligible for a 1-card. I got you, dear. 1 card, highest priority. And it's interesting too, because I had all of these cards come out, Nikki, and I feel like they are related to that reading. So we're just going to read these for your one card, right? Somebody articulating, like, it says to me, like, you know, this is somebody who, like, is working into the context of feeling a lot of energetic pressure, particularly and in relationality, to trying to articulate to another, right? Like, I don't know why, like I literally see somebody trying to articulate and try to say they started it, right? Like, I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody trying to, like, amplify or try to articulate that, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody try to say, like, somebody being energetically, like, I don't know what, like, I keep on hearing, like, somebody who always sees machinations and things. So somebody trying to tell others that there was some kind of setup or something like that is what I keep on defining. Yeah, like even this, like, again, like this 7, like, I keep on hearing, like this is the kind of person that instead of taking accountability erects things, is what I keep on hearing. And even now, I keep on hearing, even now, instead of taking accountability, they're building. Right? Like, that's the sad thing about it. Yeah, the stag energy, right? You know, like, it's literally, like, I see somebody, like, trying to go into this, like, modality of articulating upon vindication in relationality to not just taking, like, the I keep on here, like rather than just taking the acceptance point and saying, like, one shouldn't have done something, you know? Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right, hold on a moment. One card, highest priority for Bridget, please. You know, here's the thing about it. You are, like, I keep on identifying there's something I'm seeing here in relationality to you, like, you being like a nonsense-free territory is what I keep on seeing. You know, and especially if someone's giving you a wide berth in a situation, I feel like it's because they know that you're the type of person that is going to, like, tell somebody exactly how you feel about a situation. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's giving me a lot of that, like, ask and you shall receive. Like, I just want to talk to them kind of energy, right? You know, you can always, I always like to point out, you can usually tell somebody who's deep in their ego because the modality of someone who, like, talks around someone instead of, like, coming to the person who's going to tell them exactly what's up. Is he being like, is he being like, why don't you come say that here? Why don't you come say that over here, dear? It's like, yeah, like the owl, like, look at that, the owl energy. I love it. You know, like, when I see energy like that, it's amazing because you can usually see, once you see it, you never unsee it. Like, somebody who talks around somebody, right, in the space by which they recognize that they're energetically intimidated of someone because they know the modality by which they talk to someone. Someone's going to tell them exactly. Like, someone is going to bring them the gift of honesty, right? Would you like to receive the gift? Would you like to receive the gift of honesty today? Would you like the honesty? All right, I got you, Alexandria. One card, Alexandria Shipley. One card, highest priority, please. Woof. Oh, no, come on, come back. Good Lord. Somebody's around you is being too hard on themselves. You know? Right? Like, I see somebody, like, we're not supposed to be perfect. We do the best we can about things. You know? There's no point beating ourselves up about stuff. Everything's a lesson, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, Knight of Wands, right? Like, don't let somebody start negative speaking because they're not energetically perfect, right? I feel like you have to say to something like, none of that. Like, I won't stand for it, you know? Um, Animal spirit guide. It is hard though, because I feel like it's almost like, I don't know if there's somebody who only spends, like, some of your time with you, right? You know, like, the modality by which I keep on seeing, the modality by which another person has gone through experiences with someone with a tendency of blaming them, right? We can sometimes see the full trauma that another person's working on healing from, because I keep on hearing energy that's frequently blamed gets into the habit of perpetually blaming themselves, is what I keep on seeing, you know, like helping someone recognize or realize, like, I keep on hearing being energetically supportive in terms of telling another person how hard you see them achieving or working, right? Thank you as well, Nikki. Ella, one card highest, please. Yeah, we've got that the 10 of Pentacle of Cups in its reversal, which is working through modalities or experiences by which we're able to, like, I keep on hearing, like, we can see things that hurt our heart, but we can know the sense or the space by which they hurt, is what I keep on seeing. You know, it's not, there's the things that you can change, and then there's the hardness that you see in others' hearts. And if you did not, like, and I keep on hearing this, right? Um, when we are in a healthy space, we recognize that energy changes, right? We don't keep somebody in a condition by which they're perpetually having to make up for something. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Wands, right? It's never that we're perfect, but that we're always learning. And we're ever vigilant, right? Like the modality by which we're ever vigilant is working into the space of trying to identify and doing something better, right? So I keep on hearing forgiveness requires vigilance, which is the modality by which we hold vigil into the space of understanding that there's something that we wish that we could undo, but in the fact by which we don't hold the impossibility zone, right? We don't hold someone in the liminal space by which we say, I'll never forgive you, where are you, right? We don't create that modality by which they have to experience both sides. Like that's asking someone to grip the blade of our own grief, right? We don't ask the individuals to grip the blade of our own grief, which is the space by which we say to them, I'll never forgive you, and you have to spend the rest of your life making it up to me, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, Earth Dragon, right? It's saying again, when we're in a healthy space, we literally say, "What do you want from me?" Right? But we say in a way of saying, "What can we do to energetically move through something?" Right? It's not the space by which we're not constantly in a space by which we're working through the unresolved feelings, right? Like that's the like really healthy relationship is not perpetual retribution. Yep. And Minnie, one card on the intention behind them texting me. Oh. I feel like they've estranged. I feel like there's a lot of people that they've estranged. You know? And I feel like it's it feels very much like hermit energy, you know? Like someone who's potentially recognized how, like, I keep on hearing it's like they understand and recognize like a bunch of energy being held at a distance. Knight of Wands, like a lot of difficulty communicating upon something is what I keep on seeing. You know, um, I feel like somebody's stopped talking to them. Animal spirit guide. I mean, it's somebody who's hoping to restart a connection with you, clearly. You know, but I feel like it has to recognize, like, I want to point out, healthy energy states their business, right? The modality of trying to express, right, how they feel about something. I almost like I would be like I don't know, like I feel like if somebody asked you to talk to someone else on their behalf, like make sure that that's not something that's happening there. Is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. One moment, please. Yeah, thank you for confirmation, Nikki. Alexandra, highest priority, please. You got two cards coming out. I think that this is interesting because, like I said, it's a continuation on the reading that we had yesterday, which is like allowing oneself like not allowing oneself to disassociate, but to be very heavily invested in the energy around you is what I keep on hearing, right? Like it's saying more of that vibration that I kept on seeing, like embodying, like it's saying again, like embodying a lot of that energetic warmth in situations. Every time I read for you right now, it's so wild. This Knight of Wands doesn't leave the bottom of the deck. I just keep on hearing the same message, which is like, hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Like you being able to effectively build into an experience by which you're allowing, I keep on hearing like allowing your own friend, like allowing your, like getting better, especially if you're an introvert, getting better at being able to communicate to someone how you energetically feel is what I keep on seeing, because like I feel like it's hard because it's saying to me that, like, especially if there's something about your aura that feels like it's unapproachable, this is going to help you kind of break through a lot of that energy that I potentially see around you in relationality to energy feeling, like I keep wondering in relationality to energy feeling like a little, like a little, I don't know why, I don't know, I don't think you intend to do it, but it feels like, again, it's like some kind of energy that feels a little intimidated around you. Animal spirit guide, I don't know why they're saying it has something to do with your Scorpio placement, because I keep on getting with the frog energy. Hi there, Bridget. Ooh, one card on accessing the Akashic, please. Wow, this Emperor card, man. I've drawn 3 Emperor cards on you. I feel like there's something important in relationality to accessing the Akashic in terms of you having to heal, like not, I want to say like you overcoming a karmic situation is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality by which I keep on identifying, like, um, there's a continuation on something there that says to me, and I keep on hearing, like, as you continue to heal from that energetic breakthrough, you're going to find the ability to connect to it more, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the Queen of Wands, right? Like, oh, it's interesting too, because there was a card at the bottom of the deck, right? Like trying to, like, I keep on hearing, like, the ability to understand, like, I keep on hearing, like, the ability to understand a karmic connection between you and another person, but I keep on getting a karmic connection by which another person was perpetually trying to make you doubt yourself or doubt your own abilities, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, this is you, like building into the seal energy, like learning to trust yourself and to trust your judgment is what I keep on getting. And I feel like there's a lot of that energy that I feel like I feel like in a way like you're already kind of building into that, in terms like as you find your deeper purpose, you'll connect more to that energy, is what I keep on seeing. Oh, excellent, Alex. Appreciate that. You're welcome, Bridget. Yes, you can absolutely get on the list from yesterday, and you'll be the next person read for. So if anybody, everybody, please pause if you are a super fan asking for a 1 card right now. Also, a reminder to those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership also entitles you to a free 1 card each day as well. I'm doing well today, Susie. How are you doing? I got you, Susie. 1 card, highest priority, please. What are you cooking up? I feel like you've got some kind of plan to bring somebody back together. Is what I keep on saying. What is this? Yeah, look at this. This is like, I feel like this is this like 9 of Pentacles energy in its reversal. I don't know what this is that I'm seeing, but I don't know why. I feel like you being like talking to another person about like trying to like it says, like I almost feel like I see you trying to be peacemaker in a situation, or like trying to say to somebody like, look, like what's it gonna take to bring you back? What's it gonna take to bring you back? Yeah, the Ren energy is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something about that, like, and I feel like in a way, like helping another person like the way we heal is by learning more about each other, right? Talking to another person about how one feels is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I keep on hearing like address like we often we can often help each other by telling each other we're not alone in how we feel, right? The modality by which we can say to another person, I felt that too, is how we can start a conversation in terms of how we can communicate better, right? Like start with the empathy and go from there. Julia, I got you, dear. One card on energy of being in Chicago. I got you. Whoa, that's so many cards. It's saying give yourself some time, right? It's gonna be. I keep on seeing. You're gonna acclimate as it gets warmer. So I feel like give yourself time in relationality to something because I feel like when you first get there, it's going to feel like a little bit of an abrupt change, but there's something in relationality to you. Like I keep on hearing 3, like give it 3 months. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially 3 months to get acclimated. I want you to understand, like don't go through that shock, right, in relationality to how you expect it to be versus what you find there. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, remember like the cow energy, right? This is you getting the hang of something, right? And it's rugged. It feels very rugged. It feels like very pioneerish is what I keep on getting, right? You're so welcome, Ella. You're so welcome, Minnie. Alexandra, thank you. Yeah, I would like to have new experiences this year, so I'll try to make efforts to branch out. Ooh, I love that idea, dear. You're so welcome, Ava. You're amazing. You're so welcome. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, Julia, and sending you support on that journey. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Yaz. Yaz, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. And we're also at 40K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Thank you as well. Right these wrongs. May blessings to you as well, dear. And I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for joining us over on the place where we keep the photos. Hi there, Yaz. I'm currently perfectly. Oh, thank you. Email. Got you. Yep, and give you a minute. I got you, dear. Okay, so if you need another minute, we'll continue with the 1 cards. If there's anybody else who has not had a 1 card yet today, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments, or you can become a super fan. Your super fan status makes you eligible for a 1 card. I would also like to encourage anyone who's become a super fan today, welcome. I'd encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only disco channel and introduce yourself to the collective. If you would like an invite to the disco, all you need to do is send me a disco GIF and your disco, and I will send you that invite. If you would, once you're in the disco channel, you'll find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies with a focus on the court cards of the Sword Suite. Even if you're not a super fan, though, I can still send you a unique coupon class code that is only effective during this live. Message me the word class. And if you would like to register for the retreat that we have, it's closing this week. Message me the word trip, and I'll be happy to send you information on that as well. I'm going to head over right now to the email to get information on Yaz's reading. Can Pepper get 1 card? I mean, you already had your 1 card today. If you didn't have your 1 card, I'd be happy to give Pepper a card. All right. 1 moment, please. And just pulling up the information. Okay, Yaz, I'm still waiting for that email to come through. No problem. I'm like, listen, I'm totally happy to do a pet reading on the one card, but you have to, we already called your one card today. You have to make Pepper an account and let her become a super fan. I like that. I wouldn't be opposed to that. That'd be amazing. Excellent. And final call right now for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled yet today, or for any of my members over on the place where we keep the videos. Thank you for letting me know it was sent. Is it inside tea or outside tea? And while we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And we're doing a dream interpretation. Excellent. Wonderful. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. This is Outside Tea. Dream interpretation, coconut. All right, I'm going to pin up Yaz here. Guys, make sure to give Yaz some love. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. Okay. I mean, it's okay. I appreciate it. I know that often, it's okay, because I know that often when we're doing dreams, we have to have a lot of information. All right, ready? Outside tea for a dream interpretation. I'm in the back seat of a car with my ex-best friend and my ex-partner. They're siblings in real life as well, along with their parents. I have a backpack and a purse with me, and it feels like they came to pick me up, and I didn't really have a choice but to ride with them. While in the car, I am on a social media site that starts with the letter I, and I see projected in front of me that my ex-best friend has posted an engagement announcement. I'm shocked. But at the same time, I knew it already because I dreamt about it days or weeks before. In a previous dream in real life, I woke up with a strong intuitive feeling that she would break no contact and reach out to me to invite me to her engagement. I want to screenshot the story, but feel anxious she might get notified. In her other stories, I also see what another ex-best friend, we used to be a trio, looks like now, traveling with a suitcase. She seems slimmer and has longer hair. We arrive at my ex-friend and ex-partner's house, and I'm unsure whether I'm supposed to get out of the car with them. They're all kind of ignoring me and going about their day without explaining why I'm there. I assume they might drop me off at my own house, but instead they all get out and go inside. So I follow them with my backpack. I notice that I look really pretty young, but clearly an adult. I walk toward the front of the house behind my ex-partner, who also looks better than I remember him looking in real life. The front yard is now a huge terrace with beautiful European-style garden tables, flower pots, and chairs. Several people are already sitting and talking, presumably for the wedding. My ex-partner sits at one of the tables eating a salad, looking down and seemingly disinterested in the world around him, as always, yet energetically happy I'm there. As I keep walking, I suddenly notice that beside or behind the house, there is now a huge castle with a huge expansive garden. The pavement at the front of the palace is decorated with pink and gold royal carvings, and the whole place feels majestic and breathtaking. My ex-partner tells me they renovated the back of the house because there was nothing there anyway. I'm in shock and awe at the transformation. The castle resembles Chateau de Versailles, but in a warmer, more approachable way, with tall Roman-style columns. Despite its beauty, the place feels strangely familiar to me. On the left side of the castle, there are two doors. One is for commoners, wedding guests who are mingling or getting dressed. The second door is more exclusive, and I see a famous celebrity and several other actors running out from that door together, laughing and playing some sort of game. I want to talk to them, but I don't want to interrupt their fun. I try opening the celebrity exclusive door and surprisingly manage to get inside. But then a woman, like security, stops me and tells me I don't have the exclusive bracelet. I try to say I lost it, but she still kicks me out. Around this time or shortly after, a group of women inside the exclusive door building notice my outfit, a floral dress, and say it's not fitting for a wedding. They insist on dressing me in designer clothes, mentioning a famous fashion designer. I may have entered through another door at the front castle first, where I passed rooms with sick people in the halls, before accidentally ending up in the more elite celebrity section, where these women then saw me and immediately treated me like a model. They removed my floral dress and explained that I wasn't notified in advance about the event and had come dressed like this. They began adorning me with gold jewelry. First, a thick braided gold necklace around my neck, and then a thinner, longer V-shaped one. They tell me to keep my personal amulet necklace with the round talisman. They also add a very long chain with a protection amulet at the end. I believe it was a snake, and instruct me to hide it under my clothes so no one can see it as protection from others. Around the same time, a tall, handsome, light-haired man joins us and helps me with the fitting. He is kind, supportive, firm, and unshakable, intimidating, but very gentle in how he treats me. The woman asks if I want to stay in the floral dress or change. I say I'd like to find something else, but ask if I'm even allowed to wear these clothes. They reassure me that it's fine, mentioning that these are archives and no one will notice if a few dresses disappear. Everyone starts looking through the dresses together, including the man, got it, who is energetically similar to my recent ex, though physically different. Eventually, a man finds a beautiful white lace dress, sleeveless or with a square neckline, shorter in length, with an asymmetrical hem that falls to one side like a fairy dress. I try it on and immediately feel it's perfect for the wedding. The women love it, even though some had other preferences. The next thing I remember is not being at the wedding anymore, but on a highway, in a car with the same man driving. He's sitting dangerously half outside the window, with part of his body out of the car. I observe the scene almost from outside and think, who drives like this? Get inside and sit properly. You will crash this car. I don't care how handsome you are. This isn't cute or cool if you're putting lives in danger. And that's when I wake up, wondering whether my former best friend might actually invite me to their wedding, but also feeling strongly that the dream was much bigger and more symbolic than that. 4 cards, please. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Okay. So the first thing we have to recognize in this stream is that there's something very important that we see that is being identified in the space of understanding the energetic purpose of relationship. And the first thing we effectively identify is a maturation point. Okay? And why are we recognizing that there is a maturation point that is happening? And I would not be surprised if there was something about this relationship, the fracturing of these connections, that happened during something that feels similar to a Saturn return. And it has to do with the significance or value of what we effectively have to do with our time, right? Because what we effectively identify, and I want to describe this, there's a very childlike quality in the modality by which you said that your friends just picked you up. Why? What is the energetic purpose? Well, here's the thing about it. When we're younger, we often do things in a driftless fashion, right? When we're younger, we drift. And the modality by which we sometimes just decide to do things energetically together for for no other reason than just to be an energetic accompaniment with one another, right? This is effectively identifying the shift that may have caused you and another person to effectively drift apart, because it has to do with the modality by which you looked at them and said, what are we doing, right? What is the energetic purpose? What is the manifestation goal? So I would not be surprised if you articulated, especially if these were connections that you had for a long time, or the space by which you grew together, there was a severance that occurred in the modality by which you potentially had some kind of manifestation goal that you had to move towards, right? The space by which your time became energetically precious, and that you had to effectively start making determinations in relationality to how you spent it, that allowed for the context by which you identified that you felt that rift in terms of the expectation of what another person was energetically seeking from you versus what you yourself were looking for. And this is further articulated in the space by which you said that you had a backpack and a purse with me, right? And again, a backpack is often the modality that we see connected to child energy. And the transition point of you saying that you effectively had to exchange the backpack for a purse, right? A backpack is the modality of which you carry everything with you, and you say, what are we doing? Where are we going, right? I have what I need right here, versus a purse that effectively only carries the energetic essentials, right? The things that you need in order to go through the day, right? This is effectively articulating the maturation process by which you may have felt that you lost an energetic connection. And this is now being amplified, right? And I want to articulate this in the space by which you identified that even in the space by which they got out of the car, you didn't energetically know what to do, right? You didn't feel like, you felt like you were going along, but you weren't energetically feeling invited. So potentially feeling like the boundary lines were effectively blurring in relationality to experiences by which you were potentially looking for clarity of direction, but instead feeling, right, feeling a little bit of that liminal space of feeling like the modality of someone that just wants to effectively, like I keep on hearing, like you healing from some kind of hangout energy, right? Which is often what happens in the capacity of having a lot of time, right? A lot of time to do, right? Having a lot of time and trying to figure out something to do with it versus the ability of saying, what are we doing? I have things to do. I'm not sure what we're supposed to be doing here, right? You're trying to put application into understanding the purpose, right? So this could potentially talk about the fact that the reason, and this is often what happens, and this is what we often talk about with Saturn return moments, sometimes, and this is why we sometimes don't create conflict during Saturn return moments, because the modality by which we effectively maturate leads to the modality by which eventually some energy gets there too, right? And often the modality by which we recognize that somebody has navigated a maturation point is the space by which they apologize to us if we matured faster than they themselves did, right? the modality by which another person says, I really owe you an apology, right? I owe you an apology if we effectively drifted apart, because they themselves come into that Saturn return moment by which they themselves are navigating time the same way that you do. And it's interesting that you articulated that while you are in the car, right? While you are in the car, you identified that you were looking on social media, and then you saw projected in front of you, okay, that the person that you were in the car with had just posted an engagement announcement. And you're absolutely shocked, right? And why wouldn't you be? You're shocked because you were just in the car with them a minute ago, right? You were just in the car with them a minute ago. Where did the time go? Right? So it's the modality by which you've recognized that something effectively happened, by which you had a relationship, by which you drifted apart, potentially because you had to embark on doing things that allow you to move towards your manifestation goals. And the space by which you identified that while you were in the car, you saw that they themselves became engaged. It's the modality of realizing the space by which you realize how far you've drifted apart was actually in the modality by which you recognized that they didn't say anything to you, right? They didn't tell you, but you had to find out, right? And you articulated your shock. But the other time, and this is where we see that a little bit of the modality of the strangeness of dreams is coming out, because you said that in a way you'd already dreamt about it days or weeks before. Now, again, I wouldn't be surprised if these are connections that you may have had from childhood, because the ability that you articulate that you said that you didn't have a choice but to ride with them can often talk about the energetic connections that we make when we are young. Because when we're very young, right, I like to say this, when we're energetically young, we can't really discern a lot of energy that we choose to move towards, right? Some of it is just by the osmosis of being in the correlation of the spaces together. So the modality by which you're now in the space by which you recognize and see the fact that you and another person have maturated, and you recognize the fact of saying, where did the time go, right? And the fact that you almost recognized that you had that intuition in relationality to this occurring, like you're almost breaking the space of the dream, even in the space by which you remember that there was another dream that let you feel like this was going to occur. But you said that you felt like you were screenshotting the story, but felt anxious that the individual might notice, is the modality by which you recognize that you already feel a lot of that feeling of feeling energetically disconnected from someone. Because like when we're energetically close, we don't mind the fact that we notice, right? But the fact by which you're recognizing how far you've drifted in relationality to a connection is the space by which you don't want someone feeling weird because they're energetically checking on them. Now, you said that in other stories you saw that another friend of yours was also traveling with a suitcase, and they seemed slimmer and had longer hair. So what are we seeing that's happening? The passage of time. And this is why we're seeing that there, if these were modalities, and this is what the guides are showing you, in the modality by which there was an energetic rift because energy was not using their time the same way that you are, there is a possibility of healing something. Because the healing is effectively identified by energy that is reaching the reality state that you yourself are in, or you yourself embodied. You then described the fact that when you arrived at these individuals' homes, you were unsure about whether to get out of the cart or not. And you said they're kind of ignoring you and going about their day without explaining why you're there. But this is also the modality by which, and this is what we can sometimes see, as we become mature, we become more self-conscious, we become more energetically aware, and the modality by which we start to seek invitation, right? We don't just assume that we're energetically invited to things, but we wait for another to energetically invite us. This could be further implications as to what may have occurred in relationality to you energetically maturing out of situations, because this is the truth of it. Sometimes the way that we come into understanding and maturity is feeling self-consciousness, right? The understanding of something that we were just assuming that then starts to feel weird because we feel like we are presuming. So the modality by which they were not feeling like nothing had changed in those experiences, it was exactly the way it always had been, but you reached maturity faster, which made it feel weird to being able to effectively feel like you were inviting yourself to things instead of waiting for the opportunity of another person to articulate that they desired you to be there, right? This is further giving us clarity in relationality to what felt like caused the rift and the drift, because you said instead they all went to go inside and you followed them with your backpack, but then you noticed that you looked pretty and young, clearly, but clearly an adult, right? And so that is the modality by which you're potentially hoping or achieving the aspiration of something potentially being able to be healed, but in the modality or the experience by which you recognize and understand the nature of the separation was not due to the fact of a conflict, but more due to the fact that as we grow more mature, we get more self-conscious, right? And so we often we start to move into, right, this is almost the observation of you recognizing that you may have potentially moved more into hermit mode, right? So this is the observation of effectively recognizing that those could be some experiences by which you yourself are perceiving what have effectively happened or how they might have experienced it. You then said that you walked toward the front of the house behind your ex-partner who looks better than you remember them looking, because this is the ideal, right? We're now moving into the context of what the manifestation goal would be in relationality to the possibility of union with this energy, right? Because especially if there wasn't an argument, this is something that is energetically achievable. And the guides are showing the circumstances by which a connection like that could be moved back into a space of positive fruition. And you said, what's happened? The yard is now a huge terrace, right? The maturation of the landscape, right? The maturation of the emotional landscape that allows for the complication of nuanced relationships. The ability, and I need to articulate this, not necessarily coming back into union with someone, but building into the context of a deep, sophisticated friendship, right? The maturation point that we sometimes can create with someone that we have no aspiration, right? We have no aspiration of getting physically back involved with, but recognizing the fact that we've energetically matured so that we can have a complicated, nuanced friendship, right? So this is why we see that the front yard is now a huge terrace with a European style garden table and flower pots and chairs. And several people are already sitting there talking, presumably for a wedding. And you sit at one of the tables, you said the individual sits at the table with eating a salad, looking down and seemingly disinterested in the world around them, as always. Yet energetically you knew that they were happy that you were there, right? The observation of being able to build into a world by which you missed each other's presence in your life, but not in the space by which you become physically intimate again, but the ground by which a deep friendship can occur. And you're basically seeing in the dream space that you feel that the wedding, right? The wedding would be an opportunity to be able to see if this is something that could be endeavored, right? And you said, as you kept walking, you suddenly realized that the beds beside or behind the house, there was now a huge, expansive garden. And the pavement in front of the palace was decorated with pink and gold carvings, right? And you said the whole place feels majestic and breathtaking. What has happened to the landscape? It has become sophisticated, okay? Sophistication tells me of a renovated back of a house. There was nothing there anyway, is what your partner says, right? The ability of understanding and identifying, and this is what's interesting about it, right? And this is what we like, because the modality by which you see that the space by which a castle emerges and the modality by which another person says there was nothing there anyway is understanding the possibility of something that could energetically flourish between you and them, right? And often, and this is what's happened, it doesn't happen with every relationship. There are some relationships that can never reach this point when there are too many wounds that occur, when there's too many complicated emotions, right? It's hard to be able to build a healthy friendship because it's a space by which it may feel like a fortress, or it may feel like something that is creepy or weird to another person. But the modality, this often happens in connections, especially if there's enough time that passes, right? The space by which we recognize the innocuousness of being able to energetically separate while also not feeling, right? Not feeling like genuinely missing the person, but not feeling, right? Not feeling the like recognizing or making the healthy choice of saying we're not energetically compatible as it relates to counterparts creates the ability of there being an energetic castle there, because it's a modality by which you get the best of both worlds, right? You get the modality of someone who knows you, right? They know you deeply and intimately, right? They know your energetic history, but also there's no harm there, right? It's never going to go anywhere beyond where we effectively understand it, right? So the modality by which, and this is why, like this is why we're seeing this in the space of the dream space, right? The modality by which, and this is what's important about this can only happen in the context by which there isn't an energetic complication, which is why we heard, right? Which is why we heard the former partner say there was nothing there anyway, right? Because it's the modality by which the only way that this could happen is if you and them were in a modality by which you were not building into a relationship that was based upon coming back together, not either one of you holding the hope or expectation upon the space of union, but genuinely being invested in having and being a part of each other's life. But this is why the castle is so complicated, because it would require, right? It would require both energies to be in the same capacity. You then said to the left side of the castle, there were two doors, and you articulated that one, and I like to point this out, one is for what you described as commoners, okay, or people who are mingling and getting dressed. The second door was more exclusive. Now I want to identify this. Often when we see, right, often when we see the space of houses in the realm of our dream, it talks about the energy of the self, right? And the fact that you identified that there is a castle in the yard of the counterpart that you have not seen before is understanding the perception in relationality to how they themselves navigate the relationships around them, right? There are those, I keep wondering, and it is the difference between what we identify as friends, right? Like common acquaintances, people that we have a connection with, versus people that we consider, like people that we energetically cherish, okay? And the modality by which we see, and that's why that door, right? Like that is why that door is energetically exclusive, because often we identify and articulate the energetic standards that change, right? And this is what we talk about. There are some standards that we hold to those that we know in a friendly way. And then there are those who have exclusive access to us. there are those by which we build into the context of relationship that say like this is somebody who's very, very energetically dear or close to my heart. And you identified that in the space of that you saw, right? You saw, and this is the counterpart, like this is the past exes, right? So this is their castle, the space by which you saw that there are different people going through that door and laughing and playing some sort of game. And you said you wanted to talk to them, but you didn't want to interrupt their fun. And you said you tried opening the door and you were able to get inside, right? But then a woman who was like security steps and tells you, you don't have the exclusive bracelet. And you said, I lost it. But she says, and then she kicks you out because this is how you are to that person. You're getting the perception in relationality to how they might aspire to see you, right? The modality by which you may have felt like someone who continued to hold you very energetically dear, right? And that's why you were able to get in. And then when they said, what happened? What are you doing here? You're being like, I had the bracelet, I lost it, is often it was you literally articulating to them the maturation process of being like, no, 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 we go back a long time. we go back a long time. We go back a long time. Like it's like you trying to articulate that. And they said, but because they didn't know that, right? It's like others who would not understand, right? The incongruity of others potentially seeing the energetic connection that you and another person have, right? That deep energetic connection that others might not recognize, but the ability of others to feel like the strangeness of saying like, what are you doing here? And being like, I know, it's okay, I'm supposed to be here, right? You then said, and this is where it gets very interesting, you said around the same time, a group of women from the exclusive door notice your outfit, a floral dress, and say it's not fitting for a wedding. Now, this is something that's very interesting that we see that's happening here, because I just got to stress this. A floral dress is perfectly fitting for a wedding. Perfectly fitting. What's wrong with a floral dress at a wedding? But suddenly, we see a bunch of individuals, a bunch of feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, saying, you're not dressed appropriately, right? And so they bring you in, and they start finding things for you to wear. And you said that they bedecked you with a gold necklace around your neck and a V-shaped one, right? So what are we effectively seeing that's happening right now? The modality by which you identify, right? And you said, and I like to point this out as well. You said to keep my personal necklace and around a talisman. And the reason that we keep on seeing this, and I want to stress this, the modality by which you had, right? The modality by which you had a round necklace, but also the V. I would not be surprised. I would definitely ask you if you were one of the first relationships that this individual had, right? Because there's something about that we often see that the demarcation by which this energy is bringing you in is the recognition of the energy to understand, right? The energy that understands recognizes the energetic valuability of the relationship that exists between you and this person, right? And the modality by which they're effectively trying to dress you is trying to give you the energetic honor by saying that you are one of the first energetic connections that they made that have potentially affected them, right? The modality by which you're seeing something in their eyes, right? And you potentially not recognizing the value, right? The value of the relationship that you hold to them in terms of how you experience, like what you feel with them today versus where how they where you originally found them, right? Now, this also articulates upon the fact that you said, I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to wear these clothes. And they said, it's fine. And they mentioned that it was from the archives and nobody will notice few dresses to disappear. But here's the thing about it. You are the archive, right? You're putting on your own dress. When they said it's from the archives, they won't miss it. They mean that's where you are in their experience. You are the gift of the archive, right? Because you are one of the original connections that they made as it relates to relationship, okay? A formative relationship that shaped their energetic perception, okay? And then you said, and that's why they said, is it gonna be okay? And they're like, it's fine. Okay. Now, then you said everybody started looking through the dresses together because, again, what happens when people get to know you? They're going to learn more about that person. You've seen a side of them that nobody else has seen, right? And this is them looking through the dresses is getting to know you better, right? This is what could potentially occur. And then you said, including a man, right? And this is what we see that you identified was very attractive, but you had not seen before, but energetically felt similar to a recent ex. And this is the energy of your divine counterpart, right? And you said the man eventually, right? Who is this stranger? Who is this stranger that feels somewhat familiar? So they found, what did they find what did they find? They found a beautiful white lace dress, sleeveless with a square neckline, shorter in length with an asymmetrical hem that falls to one side like a fairy dress. I just need to point out right now, this dress is completely inappropriate to wear to a wedding. Okay? You tried it on and immediately felt like it's perfect for a wedding. And you're right. It is perfect for a wedding. It's not perfect to wear to a wedding, but it's perfect for a wedding. So the modality of seeing, right? Potentially the ability to meet the divine counterpart that allows you to be able to wear the dress itself. And the modality of being able to find the dress and the dress that effectively fits you best is the dress that the counterpart picks for you. Because, and I need to point this out, the modality by which another person, right, and this is what I meant, the modality by which you recognize that you and another person could be very close, but not the right fit, is the sophisticated friendship, right? And you moving into the space of coming into the sophisticated friendship potentially builds into the context of meeting counterpart energy and the modality of the counterpart that puts you in the dress that you should not be wearing to a wedding because they want you to be their energetic bride, right? And you said the next thing you remember, right? And the women love it, even though they had some other preferences, right? Well, yeah. And this is why, right? Because I want to articulate that this could be the modality by which energy may be feeling like they want to invite you to the wedding to try to bring you and another person together, right? But their acknowledgement point of understanding that the preference, right, the modality by which another person might invite you to something with the hope of rekindling a connection, but instead building into a sophisticated friendship is the modality by which they say they love it, even though they had some other preferences, right? It looks great on you, okay? And this brings you into the space by which you say the next thing you remember is not being at the wedding anymore. but being on a highway in a car with the same man driving. So this is now you being in a relationship with divine counterpart. And the problem with this is you said you see this individual and they're dangerously half outside the window with part of their body out of the car. And you observe the scene, right? You observe the scene and almost from outside and think, who drives like this? Get inside and sit properly. You're going to crash this car. I don't care how handsome you are. This isn't cute. And you're putting lives in danger. Now, this is interesting because it's giving us a little bit of indication on some aspirations of the challenge point that you may have in relationality to working into the context of the divine counterpart, which is like the divine counterpart, which is saying, and I need to point this out, the same counterpart that would have the audacity of seeing someone they never met before and saying, you would look good in this, right? Like the audacity. Hello, audacity. How are you doing today? The audacity, the sheer audacity of a stranger handing you a dress and saying, you know what, you look really good in this, is the same audacity of someone who brings a certain air of recklessness to situations. It's very Sagittarian energy, right? I was articulating like, you know, it's like a lot of that, it's a lot of that energetic audacity by which it may feel like it sometimes feels frustrating because it's the same energy that potentially brings you into connection, right? The same audacity by which another person approaches you is the audacity you have to experience that they bring into everything. And the modality of you having that tete-a-tete by which you yell at someone and say, I don't care how handsome you are, this isn't cute or cool, you're putting them in danger, is the gift that you bring into their experience, right? Which is curbing, right? Curbing their audacity with a sense of proportionality. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, this is basically helping you to identify and recognize the possibility of healing a wound like this. And I want to point out, there are some relationships that we heal from that we can never come back into friendship again, right? There are some relationships, and this is why we articulate it, the wound is too deep, right? Especially in the situations by which there is an amplification of betrayal or the modality of hurt that was caused or false or falsitude. But what's effectively happening, and not to say that there might be hurt around the situation, the modality by which we navigate the space of another person drifting apart or someone not prioritizing us is the modality by which we're working through a Saturnine lesson. And the thing about a Saturn lesson is it allows the ability of someone to say, I owe you an apology because you are the mature one in a situation. I was being an idiot, right? The modality that often creates, and this is the thing with a Saturn lesson is sometimes a healable moment because the modality by which another person can say, you were making the right choice, I was being an idiot, right? Like the modality by which another person recognizes somebody who effectively matured out of an experience allows the arrival of another person to mature into one. So this is basically a dream that is showing you the energetic ideal as it relates to how you could potentially facilitate a connection back to this person, which would effectively be a complicated relationship, right? A sophisticated friendship by which you would not have the desire of coming back together, but building into the spire, the aspiration of the castle that says that you have the benefit of having the history with each other, but also feeling very happy in terms of the fact that it goes no energetically further. That would allow the context of you to be able to have them in your life without it interceding or interfering in you building into a relationship with a divine counterpart. This is not to say that that is effectively guaranteed in the context of you moving towards them. But this is effectively a dream that's helping you to understand the shape or the nature of the situation that would allow that to be energetically possible. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We also got to 52.7K likes. We are going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach that benchmark. And I'm going to take a moment to read out the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. One moment, please. Just reading over. And yes, the list is open. I have you on the list, dear. I love guide dreams too. I love this dream. It was a beautiful, an incredibly complex dream. I did have a weird dream fragment. Oh, always. I'm happy to do dream fragments as well. Absolutely. It is. It's a very intricate dream. It's an intricate dream about a sophisticated friendship, right? Yeah, and the list is open, dear. I've got you on the list now. And thank you, Nikki, for getting on the list as well. Yep, absolutely. That makes so much sense. Yes, we did drift apart after growing up together, right? Being forced in the car together. Yes, beautifully said. And yes, maturation is often met in the space of the self-consciousness. That's so surprising to me because I have no intention of building a friendship with that person, right? Okay. Interesting. And there was a lot of painful, traumatic experiences related to them. So again, this is the modality by which the dream itself is showing you this situations are the only possibility that would allow for something energetically fruitful or productive to happen there, right? Which is the energetic modality by which another person invites you via the ability to offer the energetic apology, right? And what's interesting about it is even though the context is here by which we don't see, right? I keep on hearing like the space by which the apology isn't given, but it's the I keep wondering it's the apology that another person is articulating I keep wondering like the space by which another person tries to extend an olive branch in the modality of trying to not make it like trying to effectively articulate whether there's a possibility of something like that energetically happening, right? Yeah, there was a lot of painful, traumatic experiences related to them. And that's the hard part. Sometimes that's what I meant about the fact that sometimes that's not energetically possible. But the modality, and that's why I keep on seeing the space by which another person builds that energetic castle would be the modality of another person telling you, like being able to say to you how much you energetically mean to them, or what it is, or how much they themselves have grown. Yes, I could also see a nuanced friendship could be, but because of so much, but because so much time has passed. Exactly. Yes, we go back a long time. No, believe me, you're gonna let me want to let me in. Exactly, Bridget. Exactly. Right. As I was writing it, I was like, floral dress wedding makes sense to me. Exactly. Yeah, huge mistake. Yeah, there we were both each other's. There you go. Thank you for confirmation, right? We were both each other's first serious relationship, right? So the original with the O and then the V, the original, and then so the formative partnership, right? Which is why there was that modality of saying going into the archives. Yeah, exactly. That makes so much sense. Oh, I don't know that. Post it in the disco. Your dream's much more weird and dark than this. This is so pleasant. Yeah, she's getting married. Yeah, you wouldn't wear a dress like that to a wedding unless it was your wedding. Yes, I was just thinking upon rising up a white dress to a wedding, a guest no go. Yep. And I forgot to mention all the other clothes and dresses. Oh, all the other clothes and dresses were black. Exactly. Yes. I might have to go get on the list to figure out that. Exactly. Hi there, Blue Virgo. How are you doing today? Yeah, the dream sass. Yeah, it was generally my inner monologue. Apparently, I speak incredibly sassy when I sleep. Don't tell me my divine counterpart. I mean, it's giving indications that your divine counterpart might have some audacity to that. Oh, I don't care how cute you are. No, I like that. I don't care how cute you are. It's really endearing. Yeah, I love that. We're on the same page. Yeah, same language. So accurate. Exactly. To be fair, I think I would 100% say this in real life. Exactly. I don't ever intend to reach back out or create sort of friendship with them. Well, and I need to point out a dream like this is a dream to show you like the very nuanced like nature by which something would be energetically possible. That's why I said, it's not saying that this is what you would find. It's literally your mind saying this is the way that could functionally happen, right? Yeah. You're so welcome, Yaz, and I'm so glad and thank you for sharing that dream with us. All right, the next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation. of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we continue with Nikki's reading, we are going to do the 50K. Thank you for reminding me, Ella. Thank you. I am thinking of a I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 36. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, I see it. Spiritual AF. Congratulations. You got the 50K. That'll be available to you starting tomorrow. And if anybody else wants to get on, and we'll do that again when we get to 100K likes. Congratulations, dear. All right, Nikki, did you post your dream in the disco? What do we got here? Yep. All right. We've got another dream interpretation, but before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird, thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. We've got another dream interpretation coming through. Never gets old. I love how out of tune it is. All right, where are we? Okay, and I'm going to pin up. It makes sense with my dream. Okay, excellent. I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Dreamy dream for context. My mom had to have some surgery last week, and I ended up being her caretaker. I didn't even really offer. She just kind of assumed I would. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure. It was honestly kind of a lot. She was very messed up, and I had to do some really weird, uncomfortable stuff to help take care of her. It was just a strange experience overall. I've been home a couple of nights now. On top of that, my partner and I have been going through a lot of stuff as well. In the dream, I don't remember everything, but the main part is I really remember clearly that I was laying down either on an operating table or in my bed. It felt like I'd had surgery too. I was seeing my body from above, like I was hovering over myself. And there was this huge hole in my stomach, like a deep, dark pit. It wasn't bloody and there weren't guts or anything, just darkness. It felt endless, like a void. And I remember thinking, you could literally put your hand into it. It wasn't a clean break either. It was more like a sinkhole, like if there were a collapse in the Earth's crust and everything just suddenly fell out. Around the edges of the hole, it almost looked like layers of earth, not smooth at all, but there were uneven edges around it rather than anything clean or surgical. Inside was just blackness. I remember thinking, should this be stitched up? But it couldn't be because it was that big. It basically went all the way around my stomach. I was confused and thinking, is this just going to heal on its own? What is going to happen here? Why did they leave me like this? I also remember thinking, why did my mother not have this, but I do? And why is nobody concerned about this? Why isn't anyone weirded out by it? Toward the end of the dream, when I started realizing that it didn't make sense, that this wasn't realistic, that's when I felt like I was in a liminal space, somewhere between dreaming and being aware. The whole thing felt really uncomfortable and surreal, almost like sleep paralysis. The image of that dark sinkhole-like void in my stomach is the part I remember most vividly. I have no clue what it means. It's just some sort of thing associated with my mom's surgery or myself or life circumstances. 4 cards. Mhm. Okay. So the dream itself is it's the best way I can describe this dream is that, and it's actually, so it is correlated to what's happening in the terrestrial, but you're basically getting um, you're basically getting a spiritual checkup in the dream space, and the spiritual checkup is helping you identify and recognize what is needed in relationality to a wound that you're energetically carrying. And the wound that you're the spiritual wound that you're energetically working on carrying is effectively one that is based within the solar plexus. Now, a solar plexus wound can often come into the space. And I feel like what's happening in relationality to this is working into the context of being energetically appreciated, right? Um, we often recognize or identify, like each of the chakras hold something that is valuable and important in relationality to um, how, like what it is that we're working to heal. And we always want to make sure to a certain extent that those nodal points in our body are in alignment. The hard part with the solar plexus space is often the modality that it can experience injuries when another person energetically takes us for granted, right? It's not the fact that we wouldn't willingly do something, but often the modality by which another person just assumes that we'll do it is the space by which another person is not energetically mindful of the fact that we ourselves have responsibilities, that we ourselves are in a space by which the energy that feels not from the space by which we're just there to effectively deliver care, but the modality that recognizes that we need to pull that energy from somewhere, right? And the modality by which you saw the fact that you were recognizing that it felt like you yourself were experiencing an operation, and what you found in the solar plexus was that void space, right? Like feeling like there's almost like that black hole energy in the space of the solar plexus can often come into the space by which it says energy can't be created or destroyed, right? Energy has to come from somewhere. But the modality by which another person sometimes has that experience, by which they feel that they take us for granted, is the modality by which it feels like they start to top demand upon demand upon demand upon us, right? And the modality by which we energetically care is not the space by which we ever want to say no to another individual, but it starts to take its toll, right? It starts to take its toll because it makes us feel like we are a non entity, that we're not being respected in the space by which we ourselves have needs, but the modality by which another person sees us in the space by which they themselves just experience, the modality by which they energetically assume that we are there in the modality of having need of us. And so I feel like a lot of the work by which the energy is, and here's the hard part about this, okay? The hard part about this is that energy sometimes does not mean to do this, okay? It's not the space. Sometimes, and especially this often happens, right? It often happens in the modality by which we have long-standing connection, okay? Right? It's the modality by which we understand, right? And this is often what happens with like long-standing connections, right? The modality by which we feel that connection point where it doesn't occur to us, right? It doesn't occur to us to energetically ask, right? It's often that clumsiness that we build into in relationality to what we energetically experience. And so the most important thing, and I feel like the reason that the dream is coming to you, is making sure that you are doing your energetic responsibility in helping another person, in raising awareness to the injury to your solar plexus. Is what I keep on hearing. Your job, right? And this is why the guides were showing it to you in relationality to the operating table, right? Is like they're helping you. They're saying that your responsibility, right? Your responsibility is raising awareness to the energy, to the injury in your solar plexus. And when we do that, it's helpful because we can start to see what feels like it is obtuse, right? Someone being like, I did not realize I was making you feel that way, versus energy that is intentional, going, how dare you speak up about it, right? Like this is often what we recognize. But the first thing that we have to do, right? And this is why the effective dream was coming to you almost in the space of you doing surgery, right? Is not the mode, is the ability by which, right? You're only able to energetically heal it in the space by which you can let another person know that you're energetically feeling it. So this is potentially helping you because a good guide dream is never going to tell you what to do. They're going to give you what you need in order to facilitate the healing around a circumstance or situation. And so that's why we see that, again, the fact that they're showing you the surgery is saying that the modality by which the surgery was handled, right? Another person's medical need that makes the modality by which I keep on saying you would never hesitate, right? You would never hesitate for in a heartbeat to be able to be there for another person. However, right? However, but the modality by which the courtesy that we give in each other in the space by which I keep on hearing the courtesy we give each other, not by articulating. I keep on hearing the difference between someone saying, I need you versus could you help me, is the modality by which another person says, I demand this of you, versus saying, would you be willing to give this to me, right? And so it almost says to me that there's something that effectively is potentially happening there that's helping to articulate the ability of you being able to speak towards the energy in your life, saying like, listen, like there's no modality by which I myself might be willing, eager and happy to help you, but it feels good to be asked, right? Because when we're asked, another isn't assuming. And when someone's not assuming, they're not there. It's the space by which another person is being respective of the fact that the work that they're asking of us isn't meager, right? It affects us too. So the ability of saying to another person, like, I feel like there's something about this dream that's helping you be able to articulate how it feels, because it's a modality by which you have to say to the energy around you, I want to help, but I'm not, like, you're not an inexhaustible resource of support, right? You're not an inexhaustible resource of support. You need support as well, right? What is healthy is reciprocal, but it starts, right? The way that it starts is by being able to articulate what that would feel like to be cared for, right? Not saying to another person, I feel like this, but saying this is what would effectively help to fill that space. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like especially with the Two of Cups in its upright, right? The like and I want to articulate this, like this is often what we do as it relates to healing the work in partnership, right? The modality by which the modality by which the beauty, the harmony in energetically asking is not in the space by which we presume, right? It's being energetically mindful and saying, is this something you could do? And often in the modality by which we say that, it's the space by which another person speaks upon the space by which we articulate or amplify that the vulnerability that we energetic, like the vulnerability is how we heal, right? And often what happens is when we make that energetic presumption and we say, I need you to do this, I need you to do that, it sometimes makes those around us feel energetically in a space by which they themselves don't, like, they don't feel like they're being held into a point of consideration. So it almost says to me like something about you working to heal the language in partnership, right? And I think it's interesting too, because this is why we say it's important how we speak to each other, right? Because the modality by which we effectively say, like, oh, well, you could tell me, being like, it's not about being told, it's about having, it's like having the modality, right? It's good to have the opportunity to be able to effectively recognize and identify what can be an energetic positive solution, right? And not feeling the anxiety of letting another person down, right? And that's what I see about that solar plexus wound, is potentially having some kind of modality by which, and this is often what happens in some systems, the modality by which energy is always like, oh, well, they'll be there, right? They'll be there, like they'll do that. Like the presumption of knowing someone does not predicate the fact that it's still good to energetically ask, because even though we feel like we know each other completely, right? That doesn't, knowing each other completely does not mean that we don't have empathy for how it feels often to be in those modalities or experiences. So I feel like this is a lot of the energy that you may have to articulate to others and saying like, listen, I've got a deep karmic wound. I'm worried about letting others down. I never want to be in a space by which I feel like I'm disappointing others, but still, it takes a lot out of me to constantly be in the modality by which I'm giving forth. So that is you kind of working into the space of understanding your healthy boundaries, right? Your healthy boundaries are not the modality that says no, but saying, this is how I would like that to go next time. This is what would have felt more energetically ideal to me. And in the modality by which you articulate to others what the ideal is, you allow it to become real, right? This is how we fix our relationships. This is how we fix situations that are less than beneficial. It's not the space by which it says, I didn't want to do it, but the space by which it says, this is what would have made me feel more supported in order to support you most effectively. Help me. It's like a lot of that help me help you kind of energy in relationality to having that conversation as it relates to, and it starts, right? It starts with empathy. It starts by being able to say, this is how it feels when you're not in the space by which you're being respected and asking, but instead coming into the space of just energetically assuming. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I can probably take one more person on the list today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. How are you doing today, Otea? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Oh, you sent a baby dragon. Excellent, Bridget. The list is now closed. All right. And if anybody wants to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You'll also be read for before the daily collective begins. I love the coconut. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are supportive of my coconut. Jenna, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. The list is closed today, but we are going to be doing, we're still doing free 1-card readings for super fans. If you'd like to become a super fan, just hit the button at the bottom of the screen. Somewhat blue. Yep, I got you on the list. I used to have sleep paralysis when I was younger. Oh, I know, it is terrifying, isn't it? Yeah, a sinkhole, and just a nice sinkhole in my stomach. But this is why I keep on saying, like, working to heal the solar plexus, right? Yeah, I kind of figured. Very symbolic. Boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. Indeed, all of this. Thank you, Ella. Yeah, they assume you'd be there no matter what, but when you're in need, they're nowhere to be seen. That's a beautiful way of describing that, Yaz. Yeah, more than injured, an endless void that sits on your stomach. Yeah, like what about when you need to take care of me emotionally and be supportive? Yeah. But again, right, you have to be able to ask too, right? Making sure that just as they ask, you can ask too. Yeah, I'm always supportive to those around me, but I don't feel like feeling taken advantage of. Exactly. A woman's love language is not, I mean, but here's the thing about it, right? It's not the fact of saying not, it's also like it's not working into the space of saying like, and we want to understand this too. Feminine energy, we shouldn't be in the modality of saying I shouldn't have to ask. We should also tell, right? The modality by which others, it's good to be able to articulate to others so that we don't feel the need of others feeling like they're constantly letting us down, right? And this is why we do our work to be able to communicate upon what would be energetically preferable, right? We give someone a benefit of the doubt in relationality to how we're experiencing something versus how it's being received. Yeah, I don't want to disappoint anyone close to me. Yeah, that's a big Leo thing, right? I've done it either way, but I would have appreciated it. Exactly. He just, yeah, oh, sending you support, dear. All right. Yep, I got you on the list, Lisa. You're next. Oh, it's okay. No problem, Julia. Yep, I got you, dear. Exactly. Yeah, the dream, but it was a good dream. I'm not sure what you mean by that, fall. I'm not sure what that means. You'll have to be more clear. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Elisa. Elisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, friends, the list is closed today. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have be the first person read. You'll also be read for before the daily collective begins if you get on the list today. You're so welcome, Nikki. All right, and as we wait for Elisa's question, let's warm up. Elisa's question, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the horse. We'll do it again after the next reading. Thank you guys so much for participating. All right. And Alyssa, if you could just let me know, I'm still waiting for your question to come through. If you already posted it, it's getting filtered. So you might need to rephrase it or put spaces or put periods in. Oh, year of the fire horse. I got you, dear. And I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Alyssa some love. Hold on. About sun. Hold on. I just want to get clarity. Is this an energetic reasoning? You're both white. Nice. I like it. I like it, Nikki. So we're doing an energetic read for that individual in this year. Is it in Venn? Okay, thank you for letting me know. One moment, please. I got you. Okay. Can I get 4 cards, please? And one more. I hear a lot of music around this person. Is this person musically focused? So it's interesting because like I feel like I keep on seeing somebody who's like really trying hard to find their thing, is what I keep on getting. And I think it's interesting because, like, you remember how I articulated that, like, I hear a lot of music around somebody, but I don't hear it from, it's like I hear it around them but not from them, which is like the interesting thing about it, is what I keep on getting. You know, like that's the hard that's the hard thing. I keep on hearing someone going, you like your thing, like, and that's the, like, you know, like that's the thing, like, and I think that there's, you know, and it's interesting too, because how do I describe this? Um, I keep on hearing this is a theory person. This is a theory person. You know, they like high concept things. They like things in the ether. I keep wondering, they like the theory. They like the theory of music. Is what I keep on getting. You know, like I keep wondering, they like it in theory. Is what I keep but it's like, but not even in theory, but in theory and not theatrically is what I keep on hearing. But like I think it's actually interesting because the hard thing about this is, um, I don't know if this person has explored physics, but they might want to check it out because, you know, the one thing I need to describe is that a lot of the space by which I see somebody navigating is they've got a really lovely mind in terms of being able to see things in a way that other people don't see them, is what I keep on getting. You know? Like there's a lot of this, and the thing about it is, and I feel like there's something about there being a bit of a latent undiscovered talent here, because the thing when I often like, um if this person like literally, like I see them like falling asleep at their desk, like the stuff around them, like I feel like it's them, just like I feel like I see somebody like coasting through, right? Like there's not, like there's nothing that they're learning presently that feels like it's interesting. And that's not to say that they don't have interest, but typically when I see energy like this, they start to flourish when they get to decide what they want to learn, right? They get to flourish when they decide what they want to learn. And the ability to gravitate upon something that captivates the interest and being able to run with that, unfortunately, for a lot of the space by which we're educated right now, like energy like this often feels like, especially in the capacity of going through more structured systems, it can often feel like the space of having to grin and bear it. You know, like I see somebody who's actually very, very active mind. Like a very active mind will literally, like, it's like I keep wondering, a very active mind that's, you're seeing a very active mind that's biding their time, is what I keep on hearing. A very active mind that's biding their time, which can often be identified to others, right? It can often be seen to others like they don't have any direction. But I keep on hearing that energy saying, they have figured out the path of least resistance in an experience by which nothing is energetically captivating them. Now, the thing you have to explain to them is that the ability of moving into a space by which they can fulfill their passion, start showing them opportunities. Start showing them experiences. Start taking them places. And checking out the vibe. Because I'm going to tell you right now, as soon as this energy sees a cool place, they're going to want to do anything that they can to get into it. is what I keep on hearing. I don't know if they got Libra placements, but I keep on hearing someone say this place doesn't pass the vibe check. Here's the thing, like that's the thing, you cannot get a Libra. You cannot get a Libra to put an ounce of anything into energy that doesn't pass the vibe check. Because often, like, I need to point that when energy doesn't feel like they pass the vibe check, they're like, I'm not going to support this broken system. Like my path of least resistance is my revolution song. Is I keep on hearing this energy say. My path of least, like, this is the energy that's like, my path of least resistance is my revolution song, because this is the energy that says, like, what they're really saying is like their laziness is that it's not laziness, it's them going wrong, 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 wrong. I don't want to support a broken system. I don't want to support a broken system. So you need to show them other systems. You got to go take them out. Take them out. Show them around. Show them some cool places. Go take them on some trips, right? Show them how cool it can be, and you're going to see their interest. You're going to see a real, because there's a difference. There's a difference between bearing something and reaching for something. There's a difference between bearing something and reaching for something. And as soon as you take them, I feel like you got to start taking them. Like, figure out, especially, I said theoretical program. Like, talk to them. Be like, what do you like? Right? And go find the places that have programs. Don't try to get them into something they're not into. Go find the places that I keep on hearing. Go find the places that specialize in theoretical systems. Go find the places that specialize in theoretical systems, and then go take them on a tour of those places that specialize in theoretical systems. Yeah, I know this is going to sound like a really weird cut, okay? But I don't know if you've seen this movie, but it's going to help you. Have you seen the movie Big Hero 6? Okay? There's a kid in that movie. Could not be less interested, okay? Until someone takes them somewhere and goes, I just want to show you something. Someone being like, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. But I just need to stop in here. I just need to go check this place out. And you have to show them a wow. You have to show them a wow moment. And I know you're going to hate this. You're going to have to drag them into it. Right? You've got it. You're going to have to drag them into a bit. Be like, I know. I just. I see you saying to me, just amuse me. Right? Do it for me. Amuse me. Let's go just check this place out. Because I just keep on seeing, as soon as that spark is lit, right? As soon as that spark is lit, and someone goes, what do I have to do to get in here? What do I have to do? Is what I keep on seeing the energy go. All of a sudden, everything's like, I see like this, like a switch. What do I have to do to get in here? How do I get in there? What do I have to, okay, I'm on it. Like that, right? And it's going to feel like a game, right? It's going to feel like a game. You're going to say, you want to get in there? This is what you need to do. Here are the levels. You have to say that, like, okay, good. You want to get in there? This is what you have to do. You have to make it into a game. Be like, you want to get into it? That's what you have to do. And this is now, I see you saying to somebody, now this is our favorite game, right? Now this is our favorite game. Because if you want to go there, this is what you need to do, right? I keep on hearing you saying, if they like games, don't tell them to stop playing them. Say, I've got an even better game for you. I keep on saying, like, that's how you're going to get, I got an even better game for you. Is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. A brilliant mind biding their time. Do not confuse, right? What often another sees as a lack of interest is a brilliant mind biding their time, right? Another person saying that person is so checked out. That is not a checked out person. That is someone that is absolutely bored to tears. Bored to tears is what I keep on seeing. And if this energy keeps on saying, like, this person, I figured out, they're very smart. They're very smart. They're too smart for their own good. They have figured out how to glide. They have figured out how to glide They're like, this person feels like they're a genius. They're like, I have figured out, like this is how genius, they're so efficient. They're like, I have figured out a system by which if I put this much work, if I put this much work into something, I get away with doing what everybody is doing. Like I see everybody's doing this, and they're like, I'm doing this. So who is the, I keep on hearing, like I see somebody going, who is the dumb one? Is I keep on hearing someone say, who is the dumb one? Is it the energy doing this, or is the energy that's making it just fine like this, is what I keep on seeing. Like this is the energy. I see them like they're like this. They're like, yes, oh I know. I don't know, oh no. Right? I see this energy that's like they're like a little super genius over here. They think that they're the first person that's ever discovered this in the entire planet. They're like, I have broken the system. Am I a genius? I can see the energy being like, am I a genius? But you have to say, you have to show to them and be like, yeah, you're a genius now, but if you want to get over there, this isn't going to cut it. You have to say, hey, genius. You got to say to them, hey, genius. And this is why you got to go show them some stuff. You got to say, hey, genius, if you want to get in there, this is not going to cut it. Right? It's not going to cut it. This is what you're going to have to do. So you're going to have to start taking them some places. Go look for those programs. Right? Go look for those programs. Find things that captivate. I keep on hearing captivate their interest, and you're going to see it. You're going to see a sea change. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 59.4K likes for those who are joining us on the Clock app. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. And once we complete this reading, we will be moving into free 1-card readings for those who are super fans and also those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. So if you are sticking around for your free 1-card, make sure that you're hanging out. If you would like to become a super fan, just hit the button at the bottom of the screen if you're joining us on the Clock app. If you are over on the place where we keep the videos, there is a join link that you'll find in the comments that allow you to be able to sign up for a subscription. I'm just going to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. One moment. Yes, music has been my thing. I sing, and yeah, I keep on a music around them, but not within them. More of a theory person, yes. Thank you as well, Rose, for receiving this message. He has a lot of fear and super self-conscious that won't let him try. But I keep on, I feel like this is what I keep on getting in terms of them. Like they have a hidden genius, like they're very, very smart. They just haven't gravitated upon finding that energetic thing. But that's why I keep on hearing, if theory is their thing, theory awaits them ahead, right? And I keep on hearing theoretical systems. Talk to them about their interests are, right? And not saying like, what do you want to do? Say, what do you like doing? Right? Not what do you want to do? What do you like doing? Being like, I like this. Be like, okay, we can work with that. Yeah. He gets into video games and hard to find his way in the world. But that's what I mean. Again, even in the, like, that's like, again, game dynamics, right? That's why I kept on hearing the word game, right? Game systems is also a direction. Yeah, asleep at the desk. Exactly. Yeah, I'm asking the universe. Yep. That's what I've been telling them. Absolutely. I feel like you can say to them, you can make games your life. Literally, you can say that to him. You have to say like, and show them the programs that allow them to make games their life. Yeah, this doesn't interest me. Yep. And exactly. Yeah, I'd be curious about, like, it's interesting because I'm getting a lot of Libra placements around them. And invite, thank you for the follow. That's so him. I mean, but I keep on, like, they don't like, they're not in the modality by which they feel like they need to prove themselves to anyone, you know? Yeah. Yeah, any place is coming up. I love this. Yeah, well, and I feel like, but that's why I said, like, saying, like, there's something I want us to check out, right? Something that feels like it gravitates to their interests, being like, there's something I want to show you, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, exactly. I know it's a great movie. Yeah, I drag it. Like, that's what I see. Just give me, like, I see like that. It's going to be like that. It's going to be like, literally be like, do it for me. And then they're going to say, thank you for showing me that. Right? You're so welcome, dear. Yeah, that's so him. Yeah, and this is how I feel like, and this is what I keep on seeing, right? It's not the space by which you have to force them. Be like, there's something I want to show you, is what I keep on hearing. And the modality by which they see it and being like, what do I have to do to get in there? Like that's gonna change everything. Yeah, he has. This sounds like me. Why do I feel called out? Thank you for also receiving this message, Nikki. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. That's really cool, Bridget. I didn't know that. He totally has it worked out. Happy but super yeah, yeah, like I see somebody who's just like they figured out, like they're like they feel like they're a genius. They're like, I'm like minimal effort and I'll get through this. Yeah. It's going to change when he finds something that captivates him. Yeah. I was the same. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. There is another person on the list right now, Yaz. And that'll be the last reading today. But if you want to get on tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for, and you'll also be read for before we start the collective tomorrow. We haven't missed the one. We already did one round of one cards, but we'll be doing another one before I close up for today. Thank you for those heart me's, BB. I'm so glad, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me. Good to see you today, Heather. Thank you as well for those gifts. All right, we're going to continue right now. And oh, I missed the comment about the coconut. What happened about the coconut? What was about the coconut? What did I miss? Oh, now I'm sad. All right, I'm trying to find it. Where's your coconut comment? All right, let's continue. And the next person, hold on a minute. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific, oh, can I do it? But no, it's reserved for the dreams. It's a dream coconut. I can't be, no, it's a dream coconut. It's specifically for dreams. We can't be corrupting the value of the coconut. It's a dream coconut. More coconut. All right, we're gonna continue right now. I don't know. Is Bridget doing a dream reading? You guys want more? You want more coconut? Well, give me more dreams. Okay. It's a clear rate of exchange between coconut and dreams here. A past life coconut. All right, where were we? Hold on a minute. I'm just pulling up Bridget's question. And multiple coconuts. I have to go back to Thailand. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, we're going to be doing an animal intuition check before we get started on the next read. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. I'm going to order you. 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm just picturing like a strange package at my door, and it's a coconut. Oh my God. Past life coconut, multiple coconuts, second coconut, basically an air dragon. How are you doing today, Fatima? All right, we're going to continue right now. I'm going to pin up Bridget here. And just a reminder, friends, we're going to get started on one cards. If you haven't had a one card pulled today, if you'd like to become a super fan, you'll be eligible for a free one card reading once we finish this reading. And thank you for sharing the live, Minnie. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. Where'd she go? Why can't I see? Oh, there it is. A past life coconut. All right, outside tea. I'd love to do a past life reading focused on the life I shared with my divine counterpart. Two cards on the lessons and experience we shared, and two cards on the sole purpose of our connection in this lifetime. All right. So, okay. So let's um, remember how I articulated that I was seeing. Remember how I was articulating that um, there was something about your energetic departure from a situation um, by which there was a collective decision. Um, and I gotta stress this here, and I gotta stress also the fact that like one of the things I enjoy about reading is coming into understanding of things that I was not aware of before I started a reading. And one of the things that's come through in your reading that was very profound when I was doing your past life reading was the indication that there was some kind of ability to be able to make the choice as to whether to incarnate again or not. It was really it's been very wild to read upon it. And even in the attenuation, and this is the thing that's wild about it, because even when I was trying to articulate and say, what is this energy, being like, you wouldn't know it. Why? Because they chose not to incarnate again. You wouldn't know about it, right? So you might hear the energy go, you wouldn't know. It's like that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to the energy going, no, we chose not to incarnate again. Like there was some kind of energy here that was identifying the fact that they had the ability to effectively articulate whether they chose to incarnate again. That's really cool. However, um, however, the fact that I keep on seeing this, and this is what I meant about the experience by which you effectively articulated this, and there was a group determination point between you and others in relationality to that choice, how others felt about it, how others felt about it was a different a different thing altogether, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel, and this might be something, this might be something that needs to be energetically addressed when you come into counterpart connection, is I see somebody that developed a wee bit of a abandonment wound in the context of you energetically making that choice, is what I keep on seeing. Was not, like I feel like there's a lot of that energy. Like I see somebody that had a lot of really sharp, the word I keep on hearing is sharp feelings about it, is what I keep on getting. And it's interesting Because in the context of what I've been reading for in relationality to counterpart, I feel like this is somebody, and I need to stress this. I feel like the difference between you and counterpart was the articulation of saying, like, and I feel like I keep on hearing, like, there's a quality to the counterpart that I see around you that may at times feel like it's going to be a bit of a challenge space, because I feel like you have an ability to energetically call something. And when you call something, you call it, right? Your decisiveness, like when you make a decision, your decision's sacrosanct. And the counterpart potentially sees that as the counterpart's going to challenge that in some way. Because I feel like it's you being able to say, like, they're much more, I almost see somebody that's very much in the vibration of trying to articulate. I keep on hearing them say there's no such thing as a lost cause, is what I keep on hearing. There's no such thing as a lost cause, which is the modality. And this is why, like, even in the space by which they're articulating upon, when I articulate that this is the type of energy that when someone says you can't do that, they say, hold my beer, right? Like, literally, like that is almost an energetic result. That is the result of some of the karmic work that was happening between you and them, right? Because I keep on hearing when someone says it's hopeless, that's when they roll up their sleeves. And I want to describe this as, I feel like this was, like, I feel like there was a little bit of a contention point between you and them, in relationality to that determination. I'm even going to go so far as to say I feel like it led to a fracture point between you and this person in the space by which I see that determination point was made, because they experience, I feel like they experienced it. I don't know why, but it feels like, I mean, I can see why, but they experienced it as a feeling of personal betrayal. I don't think you intended it that way. I feel like I see you literally trying to say to somebody, trying to explain to them, like, I literally see the modality by which you were trying to explain to another person the rationale and reason of the logic that you were bringing forth into something. But I see this energy that took it, that took it as a slight, because I keep on hearing them say the way to protect something isn't to hide it, it's to energetically defend it, is what I keep on hearing. And, like, I feel like in that vibration, I feel like that is the argument that I hear was happening between you and them. And I think that this is something that, like, and I want to describe this, like, I just want to show you the cards that I'm seeing here in relationality to the past. Like, this is what I keep on seeing in the past, right? Like, this is you being like, this is for the best, and them being like, this is what you can do with your best, is what I keep on hearing them say. This is for the best, and someone being like, this is what you, it's what you, like you said, I see them being like, this is what you can do with that best, is what I keep on hearing them say to a certain extent, right? Like, I'll tell you what to do with your best, is what I keep on hearing them say, versus the modality by which, right? The modality by which you arrive to each other here. Right. And I think in a way, like, I need to point this out as well. Like, I feel like you both have been doing work to heal this. And I want to stress this, remember, and do you want to see how beautiful this system is? Remember how I articulated somebody that just had to walk away from a situation by which they really didn't want to leave, but they realized the only way they could allow something they cared about to remain was if they didn't stay? Remember how I articulated that somebody has been in a position by which they didn't want to leave, but the only way they could preserve the thing that they cared about is if they made the choice to leave. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? Sound familiar? Sound familiar? And now you being in the modality of working through the space of understanding it's not easy, but we do what we have to do for each other, not because we want to, because we have to. We do what we have to we do what we must, not because we want to, but because we know what we need to do. You're the one who's always saying Uno reverse. You're the one. You're the one. You are the one that's been articulating, right? It's the modality by which you're both healing, right? You've been actively healing from these wounds because you're both going through the oppositional lessons by which you left the other, right? Which is the modality by which another person was in. I hear somebody in the past like going, I will never forgive you for this. How could you abandon us? And you saying to them, literally saying to them, I am not abandoning you. I am doing what I need to energetically protect the thing I care about. And them saying, I will never believe that. I don't believe that to be true. Hello. They're literally experiencing that situation now. They're literally in a situation by which they miss something profoundly, but they know the only way they can maintain is if they moved away from it because they know that that's what's best for it. They've energetically matured into the lesson by which you effectively had that friction point with them. And for your part, your ability of saying, right, like I feel like you're much more in that modality of standing your ground on things right now, which is where they effectively left you, right? The modality of you saying to another person, you can't just do whatever it's not what we feel inclined to do. It's what we know we have to do, right? So the modality by which you're both working through, like you're healing the energetic karma by being able to understand the energetic point of position by which you left each other, that's allowing each other to arrive into the point of understanding as it relates to the past life and the unresolved trauma between you and them. Bottom of the deck on this reading, right? Temperance. It's hard because I literally, like, the thing about it is you both are on the same, I keep on hearing you both are working in the same capacity, but it was an argument in terms of how best to work towards it, right? I keep on hearing it's not a conflict, it's an argument because it's the modality by which it's not the fact that you weren't both pulling for the same thing, but you had very different opinions. You had very different opinions in relationality to the best way to effectively navigate a circumstance or situation is what I keep on seeing. So the modality by which, like, I feel like this is you healing with counterpart being like, I see your point. I see your point. See energy being like, I still like, and I need to point out, sometimes we heal things not because we change our mind, but being like, I see your point. Okay. Like, I see your point. Doesn't have to be the space. It doesn't have to be the space by which you completely change, but being able to understand, right? The expansiveness of a perspective is progress, is what I keep on seeing. And you and another person are very strong personalities. Like that stubbornness, like the only thing more stubborn is the only thing more stubborn is the energetic counterpart here, because I feel like that's the modality. Right? Like that's the modality by which I feel like you'll often have to have those, like I keep on hearing you and them have a tendency of butting heads in the best way possible, which is just like, it's the modality by which it's like you know that you're on the same side, but sometimes when you get it in, like when you get something in your head, when you get something in your head, when you get something in your head, it's like there's no like it's a lot of that. But I feel like the benefit is that now you're in the space by which you can at least embody and understand the quality by which another person had to make a past choice, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for being here, receiving this message here. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. You'll be read for before the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Just reading over. Not the head shake. Yeah. More coconut. I love it. Yeah, a lot of blackbird today. Oh, you had a dream. Oh my gosh, really, Rainbow? That's wild. I'm gonna listen to this while I walk. I found a dog. Oh my gosh. If you want to have a dream interpretation on that, I'm definitely eager for it. Sounds amazing. Interesting. Not the head tilt. Yeah. Not the side. The house also. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if you want to do a reading on that, just you know where to put it. That's incredible. You should be posting this in the disco. Post it in the disco. I feel like I'm trying to catch all of this. There's so much stuff to see. Yeah, they will have a bit of, I don't know if it's have a bit of a grudge, but I feel like it's helping you guys heal the rift that happened between you and them is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality of another person saying, I understand now. I understand the position that you were in, you know? Yeah. Yeah, decisiveness is final for me. Sending you support, Rainbow. Continue to give compassion for yourself as you're navigating that. Literal mirrors, absolutely, Bridget. Yeah, it was for the best. I keep on seeing this. I keep on hearing them say who's best, right? Like that's the hard part about it. Like I feel like it was a big rift between you and them. Yeah, more ways to go about the same thing. They are too. That's the hard part about it. It's like the two of you. Yeah, that's me and my partner. Thank you for also connecting to this energy, Nikki. Yeah, when a tornado meets a volcano, exactly. Excellent. Yeah, eventually we're like, yeah, are we doing this? Exactly. We're about to get started on one cards again. So if you have not had a one card pull, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'm happy to pull a card for you. One card for Ivana on the person. What? Oh my gosh. It feels like a former partner. Yeah, like this tower energy. You know, it's creepy. Animal spirit guide, blackbird, right? Like, and it almost feels like the vibration of someone who's like, oh, I can help you. Like, you know what I mean? Like somebody who feels like they're doing something that you don't know how to fix because you know that they know how to fix it, is what I keep on hearing. All right. One moment, please. All right. Lisa, one card on this leadership role. Let's see here. This seems like it's good for you. I feel like there's something about you being able to be ready for it. But I think also it's in the space by which, like, you know, I think that in a way, like, you're not afraid of a little hard work, but you're also like, I feel like you're also not afraid of cleaning up another person's mess. You know, like, I feel like you're very much in the space by which if something's not going well, you'll be the first person to address it. You know, it's unflinching. You know, like that's what I keep wondering. It's an unflinching role, right? It requires you to be able to kind of navigate something in a way by which you're just like, I keep on hearing, like, you know, like building into that sense of confidence. One card in connection with D, please, for good. They've got like all of these, like they're so wounded from past relationship. It's hard to get to know them. You know what I mean? Yeah, they have to learn how to trust again, right? Especially if you've given them no cause not to believe you. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the fire dragon. You know, they've been hurt before, but they have to understand there's more ahead of the hurt, or else they're going to be in the space by which they're allowing the hurt to carry them forward. Yep. One moment, please. You're so welcome, Bridget. I need a past. Oh, I like it. I could do a past life reading gong. A gong would be fun. I would be down for a gong or a past life reading gong. Yeah, such a peaceful. No, but this is what I keep on like that's the hard part about it too. Like it almost feels like it feels like some like it's feeling like it's like an unhealthy obsession kind of energy. Sending you support, Ivana. I do, yeah. One connection on former bestie. Uh, I'm sending you a card, one card for rainbow, please. I feel like I see somebody that's like I feel like I see somebody who carries a lot of anxiety, and the anxiety sometimes gets the best of them or they move away from things. You know, it almost feels like somebody moving into hermit energy, right? But I keep on hearing like healthy emotions have directions attached to them. They don't create the space of trying to figure out what another person was trying to say. Yeah, like it's saying to me, like we don't become inscrutable. Like we don't. I keep wondering, we don't connect. We don't communicate to each other symbolically. We communicate verbally, and often the space by which another person is trying to communicate symbolically is the energy that like is recognizing their own hurdle in terms of just being able to like not make things confusing or like not. I keep wondering, not everything needs to be energetically mysterious. We could just tell each other how we feel. All right, I'll give you guys my P.O. box. One card for Chrissy on connection. We've got the Hierophant here, which is saying again, somebody who's trying to build into healthier choices as it relates to relationship. It almost feels like somebody getting back into connection with a practice that they let go of long ago, right? Like it feels like somebody trying to get back to like the understanding of what was energetically important to them. Yeah, like, yeah, especially with the fire dragon. How have I strayed so far from what I intended? All right, my friends. You're welcome, good. All right, friends, final call for anyone who has not had a card read today, who's a sub super fan. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to a super fan only disco channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code for our next tarot class, which will be held on Wednesday, February 18th at 6 p.m. to turn on notifications. I want to thank you guys so much for being, if you get on the list today, you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. You'll also be read for before the daily collective read starts. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And take care of yourselves. Please take care of tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. Take care.